Council budget meeting order on this Thursday, January 28th. So, Madam Clerk, I do our call to order. Over to you in terms of attendance and the procedures we'll be following for this somewhat different Regional Council meeting related to budget alone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. We're going to commence today's meeting with roll call. And I'll begin with Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown. Councillor Carlson.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie indicated that she'll be arriving a bit later due to other municipal business. Councillor Demurla. Councillor Demurla. Councillor Dasco.
Oh, if you missed me, I'm here. It's Mayor Crombie. Sorry about that.
Great, thank you.
I'm here.
Councillor Demurla. Councillor Dasco.
Good morning.
Oh,
Present.
thank you, Councillor Demurla. Councillor Dasco.
Good morning. I'm here, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Downey.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca. I see you waving. Good morning. Thank you.
Good
Councillor
morning. Thank you.
Councillor Fortini.
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac.
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Mahoney.
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden.
Good morning. Happy Budget Day.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Palashi.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish indicated she was unable to attend today's meeting. And the same with Councillor Rouse, that she was unable to attend today's meeting. Councillor Sato.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, thank you. That brings us to our Indigenous land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather and which the Region of Peel operates as part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. For thousands of years, Indigenous people inhabited and cared for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabeg, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe Chippewa peoples, the land that is also home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are grateful to have this opportunity to work on this land and by doing so give our respects to its first inhabitants. Thank you. Also, I think you're all well aware it's the Bell Let's Talk Day, and shout out to Bell and all that they do on that file and so many of our staff. And what a great thought. Under these challenging times, good to just talk and work through things with our friends and all the people that we care for. So thanks for everybody involved in that, and a special shout out to Bell as well. Declarations of conflict of interest. Do I have any declarations of conflict of interest? Hearing none. Councillor Sato, I know at the usual point Councillor Sato's in. When we deal with the budget and as it relates to salaries, I think there may be...
Mr. Chair, I don't think that, I didn't see anything on today's agenda. Maybe staff could just clarify for me that related to non-union.
Thank you, and Councillor, because I know you're always very mindful of it.
Yeah.
So thank you. Through to staff, is there anything that relates today, or is it held to when we deal with the rest of the budget? So the staff is saying probably best if it comes today, Councillor Sato.
Oh, okay, then I will declare a conflict, but I guess normally I would fill out a form. So maybe staff can let me know how I do that electronically, because I do not have access to an electronic conflict of interest form.
And thank you, and staff are telling me that they're going to do what's necessary to make sure that that takes place.
Okay, thank you. So I will then formally declare a conflict if we're dealing with non-union salaries, as I have a son and daughter now actually working for the Region of Peel.
Thank you. Hearing no others, Madam Clerk, I will take the next motion. The next motion is that the agenda for the January 28, 2021 Regional Council budget meeting be approved as moved by Councillors Fonseca and Sinclair. All those in favor?
Mr. Chair?
Sorry, go ahead.
Councillor Sato again, sorry. I wonder if we could add one item to be at the very top of the meeting, and that would just be very short, giving best wishes to a regional employee who is retiring tomorrow after 51 years of service.
Councillor Sato, I'd be happy to, and why don't you just carry on and remind us, and I think I know exactly who you're referring to, but Councillor Sato, why don't you take a moment right now to carry on with our best wishes?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, because I wasn't sure how I could do it as part of budget meeting. It's Stuart McLeod, and council might recall Stu came to council, I guess, a year and a half ago. And sat in your chair, Mr. Chair. And Stu is retiring from the Wolfdale Yard after 51 years and I think it's 3 months of great service to the Region of Peel. And I would expect that he's probably the longest serving employee within the Region of Peel. And I just want to say that I think many of us in Mississauga have maybe not had direct contact with Stu, but have heard from him when there have been water main breaks and things like that in our neighborhoods. He was always very good at working to make sure that they were fixed quickly along with the crews and keeping council very, very well informed. And I wasn't sure if the acting commissioner was going to make comments, but in these times, I think they're having a virtual send-off for Stu today at the yard, and but tomorrow is his last day with the region, and I thought it would just be appropriate, given the huge length of time that he served the Region of Peel, that council recognize it and thank him for all his years of service and wish him well in his retirement.
And thank you very much for having done so appropriately. So thank you, and all the best to Stu and his family for his more than half a century of service. It's remarkable. Okay, with that, we have the approval of the agenda as was moved by Fonseca, Sinclair, and I think I called out the vote. All in favor. I believe I had none opposed, but one more time. Anybody opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. So with that, perhaps, Councillor Sato, following on your sentiments, I did want a quick shout out now that we've just come through another successful virtual Roma meeting to acknowledge Mayor Thompson and all the work that he has done as he served on the board of Roma, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, since 2006. Of course, he's very passionate and active in Roma as board chair for the term 2019 to 2021, and as the Rural Caucus chair on the MO board 2019 to 2021. He has represented rural communities and issues at the MOU table diligently. As chair of Roma, he's championed and advanced several key issues, most notably funding and access to high-speed internet as an essential service for rural, remote communities across Ontario. In fact, Alan was on that file decades before anybody else was speaking to it, and how prescient now in a world that we have to live in pandemic, how important that's become to be able to work remotely. And he's led the charge, dare I say, for all of Canada and rural communities in that regard. On other issues, he's also been involved in innovation in agriculture, protection of food supply, and farm operations. He also led the way for Roma to develop their own strong voice with an annual conference attended by over 1,500 people last year and 1,200 people virtually this year under his leadership. Roma's profile was greatly increased with an ambitious social media platform and other marketable and promotional campaigns to get rural issues to the forefront of both the media and other political leaders. So, Alan, I'm well aware of all the work you've done. Congratulations on a very successful week and all the work you've done on Roma. So a quick shout out to Alan on that. Okay, with that, that deals with the agenda. I'm on to delegations with regards to the budget. However, one thing I might do is reminding everybody that this is our budget session. We have a follow-up session next week to deal with departments and outside agencies as well, perhaps through the staff, just to be very clear on how we hope to proceed today. No votes today, no vote on a final budget, but just to give us a plan going forward. Perhaps if the clerk or the commissioner or the CEO could speak to us and say, here's how we see the day and the days to come unfolding. Aretha, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So during today's meeting, the CAO, Janice Baker, and the Director of Business and Financial Planning, Norm Lum, will provide the budget overview. The commissioners will also provide budget overviews of their respective program areas. The main purpose of today will be information sharing and gathering. On February the 4th, which is our next budget meeting, the external agencies, which will be the police and conservation authorities, will provide an overview of their respective budgets. And the purpose of that meeting, will be information sharing and gathering. So all of the reports that are listed on today's agenda will be deferred to February the 4th. So that hopefully sets a bit of the stage for today. Thank you.
Okay, so let's have at it. First up, under Delegations 6-1, Jotvinder Sodhi, Homeowner Welfare Association concerning residents of Brampton regarding the Region of Peel Budget 2021. Mr. Sodhi, welcome again, and I know you're well aware we give you 5 minutes to speak, so please proceed.
Thank you, Chair and the members, the council members of the board. We really appreciate giving us an opportunity to share the concerns or gaps in the city or region, whichever we call it, with the authority who make a decision or call on our genuine concerns, and looking forward to working with you with the feedback or with the information you feel like providing us back, so that way we close the loop gap as well on that aspect too. Without wasting more time, Peel region taxpayers are desperately in need of tax freeze. Due to the pandemic crisis, and residents of Peel are in deep financial and emotional stress. And we are fully aware of that the region and the cities work based on the tax revenue generation, but same time this is not a normal circumstances where businesses, property owners, everyone is suffering, not only emotionally and other areas including like having problems, our healthcare professionals and first line workers. I'm one of them, where we are under of essential services. We do work, we contribute the tax revenue, and same time we contribute so that way the cities and regions runs well. But in this case, we are looking forward a freeze in property taxes, and also provide an incentive to small business at regional level, in addition to the provincial and federal support. We know provincially, federally, there are certain programs has been implemented and has been passed on to the city and region. But due to serious impact of COVID has done on small businesses, the region should provide an incentive for small businesses to help them through this tough time. I'm sitting on a BIA board, and I'm a part of the board of directors, and the same we have discussed in our BIA meeting, Bolton Business Improvement Association meeting, and we are positively working with the town of Caledon on that perspective. And safety, we know. I think tomorrow will be my delegation on safety in Ward 8, 9, and 10, which is 1/3 of the total population of Brampton. We will discuss it there, but if any comments you would like me to add, I will definitely add on it. That's pretty much it is. We are looking forward a generous and well-informed decision by the best people who have been elected with the hope by the three City of Mississauga, City of Brampton, and Town of Caledon. You are the best, and we are looking forward to the best results from three municipalities. Thank you very much, Chair and the members. Any questions I would like to answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sodhi, and thank you for framing it quite well. Very unprecedented times, very challenging circumstances, and we all have to be mindful of the taxpayer. So very much appreciate your comments and framing our day going forward. Okay, with that, I have no questioners. So with that, I go to our next delegate. So we have opening remarks from Janice Baker, Chief Administrative Officer on the budget. Janice, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Unica, and good morning, members of council. This is my first Region of Peel budget, although certainly a veteran of municipal budgets. I would say as a starting smile that one of the things I did say when I left the City of Mississauga is that I wasn't going to miss doing municipal budgets anymore, but I'm back. So Thank you for the opportunity, maybe I'll say. I'm very proud today to be joined by the region's executive leadership team to present to you the proposed 2021 Region of Peel budget. And of course, Norm Lum, our Director of Business and Financial Planning, will give you a lot more of the details than I will in the next few moments. In 2020, COVID dominated everything. We found ourselves at the forefront of our COVID response. Certainly Peel Public Health, long-term care, paramedics, human services dealt with on the front lines issues including homelessness and childcare. Our team was on the ground in the fight against COVID. At its peak, we had over 700 staff who were redeployed into the COVID service area, and more than 400 staff were added to support response. We all recognize and understand, for example, the pressures that our public health team had with case and contact tracing. And I think all of us are concerned about the economy and the impact on businesses and individuals who have really struggled and been hard hit by the lockdowns and the events surrounding COVID. So we are experiencing our first recession in over a decade. And that impact is unevenly felt by vulnerable and precariously employed individuals, and certain business sectors have been hit really hard, and we know travel, accommodation, restaurants, gyms, for example, but many more are currently feeling the pain and the pressure of the impacts of COVID. We were in Peel, were more impacted because unfortunately we have been a hotspot for COVID, and as a consequence we probably have experienced lockdown periods greater than the average Ontarian. However, despite these realities, we have to get on with providing services and funding those services here at the region. So today we're presenting you with a budget that our team believes meets the needs of our community, looks to the future, but is also prudent in terms of the tax rate. As you know, a significant portion of the regional operating budget is not controlled by our team. External agencies such as Peel Regional Police, conservation authorities, and MPAC represent 45% of our total net tax levy. And as always, our operating budgets continue to be impacted by provincial decisions, and this year by provincial funding constraints. So 25% of our region is funded by the province, and many of our service levels are set out in legislation. The scope and scale of provincial changes impacting the 2021 budget, fortunately, are not as significant as we thought they would be earlier in the year and as we were doing our planning for the 2021 budget. So certainly we're grateful for that. And with the Safe Restart funding from the province, we can access program-specific funding, which has allowed us to alleviate COVID pressures in 2021. So despite many challenges, we are confident that this year's budget, as I've stated, continues to meet the needs of our community while maintaining fiscal responsibility for our taxpayers. Because of the Safe Restart funding, there is no net tax levy impact of COVID in the 2021 budget. And we know that Peel is fortunate because many municipalities have seen those impacts primarily through loss of revenues. In an effort to advance Peel's strategic outcomes and keep taxes and rates affordable, the 2021 also leverages, our budget leverages rate stabilization reserves, which we've used to mitigate one-time costs and phase in new initiatives. In looking towards the future, both the tax and utility rate budgets include infrastructure levies to ensure that ongoing service delivery is supported and that we are adequately able to maintain our infrastructure in a state of good repair. The property tax impact of Peel's proposed budget is 1.3%, and the increase to our utility rate is proposed at 5.5%. Of course, we are focused on continuous improvement and ensuring that our staff look at both efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of our services. So many of our continuous improvement efforts have driven cost savings or cost avoidance. This year, the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged the region to find ways to adapt and transform service delivery, certainly in areas of working from home, for example, and use of technology. We really had no choice but to adapt and to adapt quickly, and our team has done a great job in leading that. Over the past 11 months, 40 continuous improvement initiatives were completed, which generated savings of $2.5 million and cost avoidance of $3.9 million. There were additional benefits to these initiatives as well, such as improved client experience, enhanced staff well-being, and positive community outcomes. So we really do have an eye on both the cost of providing services, but the service outcomes are critically important. A couple of examples that I can point to: leveraging existing channels to deliver Peel Infant Parent Program and the Learning in Our Neighborhood programs through early on service providers, which resulted in cost avoidance in excess of $600,000. Using callback technology to maintain high call levels of COVID inquiries, resulting in cost avoidance of $364,000. Shifting to online education and outreach to students in the waste service, which saved $350,000, and capital savings of $700,000 at 10 Peel Centre Drive buildings through efficient use of generators. So there are really four major influences in this budget. The first is community safety. Peel Regional Police are adding $5.2 million to the budget for 27 additional officers to improve community safety. There is also an impact from some reduced provincial funding. The 2021 budget is affected by reductions in the base funding to our child care program. And since Peel was unsuccessful in its bid to be the service manager for employment support, we lost $1.8 million in funding for the community investment program. Our third influencer is the need to maintain consistency in our services and in our infrastructure. So we have increased the contribution to capital reserves to support our capital program, which will ensure the state of good repair of our assets. And the budget includes investment to maintain all of our core services, such as waste management, housing, income support, paramedics, roads, wastewater, and wastewater, all of which are impacted by population growth. Our fourth influencer is COVID. We know that there are temporary resources that are going to be required for our COVID response. So resources such as staffing, PPE, and additional cleaning requirements have been included for long-term care, paramedics, infectious disease prevention, and water wastewater facilities to continue the response to COVID and to allow us to have our staff working safely. However, we have included provincial funding in the budget to offset these costs. So we expect that these costs can be fully offset by provincial funding. So in conclusion, the 2021 proposed Region of Peel budget will allow us to make progress on our journey of building a community for life in Peel, while providing much needed support and services to our community in 2021. So I will now ask our Director of Business and Financial Planning, Norm Lum, to deliver the budget overview presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Janice. So good morning, Chair Yanika and members of Regional Council. Joining me today is Beth Kadan, Manager of Business and Capital Planning. Today, I will present an overview of the region's proposed 2021 budget, a budget that was developed with the community facing some significant challenges. The unprecedented impact of the COVID-19 pandemic made 2020 a year in which Peel services were stretched, along with its finances. In 2021, Peel is anticipating continued pressure on many of its services, especially health services, to respond to COVID. Peel's community, both residential and commercial, has been significantly impacted financially by the economic recession induced by the pandemic. And similar to last year, ongoing changes in funding from the province continue to make it difficult to estimate budget impacts. I believe even with these challenges, you will find the 2021 budget is a responsible budget that strikes a balance between meeting the urgent needs of the community and respecting property tax and utility rate payers. Next slide, please. Our budget discussions will be centered around the services Peel provides and the strategic outcomes we are striving to achieve. Today, I will provide an overview of the consolidated budget with details on the operating budget, including tax-supported services, the utility or water and wastewater services, and the proposed capital plan and capital budget. I will also provide a summary of the budget, an overview of the outlook for the next 3 years, and an update on the impact of recent funding announcements by the province. Next slide, please. The population of the region of Peel continues to grow, but at a slower pace than it has in the past 3 years, and its economy is also slowing down. With that comes the challenge of managing future growth while experiencing an economic recession. The region has a demonstrated track record of strong financial management, which positions it well to respond to a constantly changing environment. Development of the budget was guided by Peel's financial management principles to ensure that the required programs and services can be provided now and in the future. Next slide, please. I'd like to start by giving you an overview of how the proposed budget will impact the average property tax and utility rate payer. The budget proposes a property tax increase of 1.3%, which includes a 1% infrastructure levy. The impact of Peel's budget will vary between the 3 local municipalities, but on average, Peel represents 41% of the property tax bill. The left side of the chart shows the property tax impact by municipality for homes with an assessed value of $578,200. The difference between Caledon relative to Brampton and Mississauga is primarily attributable to changes in OPP and Peel Police Services budgets. The average small business will see an annual increase of $116. The right side of the slide summarizes the utility rate budget, which proposes a 5.5% rate increase, recovered through utility bills for those on municipal water supply. Next slide, please. This slide provides a bird's eye view of the total budget. You can see from the tabular format both the operating and capital expenditures for services provided in each of the 3 focus areas: living, thriving, and leading. As shown in the last column on the right, the budget proposes operating and capital investments of $3.7 billion to advance Council's current and long-term objectives. I will explain each area separately in the following slides. Next slide, please. Services in the area of living improve people's lives in their time of need. The operating budget totals $968 million, and capital investments are $176 million. Highlights include providing paramedic response, accessible transportation trips, subsidies for lower-income families requiring childcare, as well as early-on programs to support children and caregivers, affordable housing subsidies, long-term care services, and shelter supports. Next slide, please. Services under Thriving ensure that our communities are integrated, safe, and complete. The operating budget totals $1.55 billion, and capital investments total $779 million. Services include providing safe drinking water, policing services, senior dental screening, regional roads, and residential waste collection and management. Next slide, please. Investments in the area of leading ensure the region is being future-oriented and accountable. While our end focus is always on Peel's residents and businesses, these investments are vital to ensure that the resident and business-facing services are effective. Highlights include live call center support, maintaining a high level of client satisfaction and employee engagement, continuously improving value for money by modernizing service delivery, managing Peel's financial sustainability, and maintaining community infrastructure. Next slide, please. Peel's continuous improvement program demonstrates its commitment to delivering services that are effective and efficient. In 2019, Peel received Excellence Canada's enterprise-wide platinum level accreditation, the only public sector organization in Canada to achieve such recognition. Peel continued its journey in 2020 by looking across all services to find operational efficiencies and opportunities to reduce costs or to generate more revenue. Our approach included program evaluations, a review of service levels, line-by-line reviews of service budgets, reviewing user fees, and exploring alternate service delivery models. While the COVID-19 pandemic has stretched many of Peel's services, it also identified opportunities to deliver services in different ways. Next slide, please. Property and utility ratepayers ultimately benefit from Peel's disciplined approach to continuous improvement. Through these efforts, the budget reflects $2.5 million in cost savings and a further $3.9 million in cost avoidance. Over the past 4 years, the region's continuous improvement program has resulted in cumulative benefits of $6.3 million in tax-supported services and $9.6 million within utility rate-supported services. Later today, each commissioner will provide additional details on efficiencies achieved in the different services within their respective portfolios. Next slide, please. In alignment with Peel's enterprise risk model, development of the budget requires an assessment of the major risks associated with the delivery of Peel's many services. Assumptions are reviewed and updated in consideration of the best available information and historical trends. Managed risks include provincial funding, changes in legislation and regulations, climate change and weather patterns, evolving technology, the changing nature of employment, economic and market volatility, aging infrastructure, and the COVID-19 pandemic.
Norm,
Next slide,
I'm just
please.
going to interrupt for a second with regards to your slides to remind my council colleagues that you can see the full presentation slides by selecting the focus view icon. So for those wanting to be sure they see the full presentation slides, please select the focus view icon. Norm, back to you.
Thank you. So I'd like to highlight, next slide, please. I'd like to highlight that Peel's property tax bill funds regional and local municipal services, as well as the education system. When you, as a resident, receive your tax bill, on average, Peel services represent 41%. Local municipal services also account for 41%, with the remaining balance of the property tax bill funding the education system. The relative portions will vary by municipality. Next slide, please. I will now provide financial details behind the operating budget. Let's look first at the tax-supported side on the left. Tax-supported budget pressures after assessment growth result in a 3.2% net tax levy increase. The net tax levy includes a 1% infrastructure levy to maintain Peel's tax-supported infrastructure. Moving to the right, the utility rate-supported budget proposes an increase of 5.5%, including 5% to maintain infrastructure. It also reflects the increased risk from declining consumption. Next slide, please. The region's proposed operating budget of $2.7 billion provides funding for externally financed organizations, including 3 conservation authorities, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, commonly known as MPAC, and police services, which includes Peel Regional Police and Ontario Provincial Police. Both the police and conservation authorities have separate boards who review their budgets prior to submission to the region. These boards include representation from regional council. MPAC is funded by single-tier and upper-tier municipalities according to a formula set in legislation. The remainder of the budget funds all regionally controlled services, including both property tax and utility rate-supported services. Next slide, please. Peel's operating budget has 4 main sources of funding. Non-property tax funding sources include grants and subsidies. Many of Peel's services are provincially mandated and have some form of cost-sharing arrangement in place. Of note, the grants represent a quarter of Peel's overall funding. Non-property tax funding sources also include water and wastewater fees recovered through the water bill, and other sources such as contributions from reserves, miscellaneous user fees, development charge, reserve financing, and payments in lieu of taxes. The remaining 44% of the budget is funded through property taxes. Next slide, please. Every year, Peel Services face pressure from increased costs due to inflation and population growth. However, most of the provincial funding formulas do not keep pace with those pressures, or there is a lag in timing for the funding, which puts additional pressure on the property tax base. This slide outlines approaches taken to manage those pressures and the difficult decisions required of Council this year. For 2021, the province has deferred the cost share shift for public health, but other programs, such as early years and childcare, are facing funding reductions. The 2021 budget includes $5.5 million to offset the reduction in funding from the province. Each commissioner will provide details for their respective services. Police Services and Conservation Authority budgets are also vulnerable to changes in funding. They will provide an update in their presentations. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, as a result of COVID-19, all services were stretched in 2020, especially those in health services. These services will continue to be stretched in 2021. Additional temporary resources have been included in the budget for the ongoing response to the pandemic. However, these resources do not have a net impact on either the net tax levy or the utility rate, as the temporary costs will be funded using Safe Restart funding. Next slide, please. Over the next few slides, I'll provide an overview of the expenditures included in the budget. Within the region-controlled budget, labor costs represent just 27% of total expenditures. As outlined in this slide, labor costs are funded through the utility rate, the province, and by property taxes. Next slide, please. The remaining 73% of the budget is for non-labor costs. They include reserve contributions to fund stated good repair for Peel's infrastructure-intensive services, as outlined in the capital plan, leveraging the private sector for efficient service delivery, including waste collection, processing, and disposal, and water and wastewater operations. Working with our partners in the community, reflecting Peel's role as a service manager for housing and childcare, as well as providing income supports. And finally, direct program delivery costs, which account for 26% of the expenditures. Next slide, please. How services are delivered varies from service to service. As noted earlier, the private sector is leveraged to provide a variety of efficient services to support waste management and water and wastewater. On the other hand, services like paramedic response and Ontario Works utilize internal staff resources. Services are reviewed periodically, ensuring the most effective service delivery model is used. In order to meet council-approved service levels, the 2021 column includes 7 staff positions becoming regular full-time at no additional cost to taxpayers. Also included are 17 full-time equivalents to meet increased service demands. With respect to the staff additions in the areas of living and thriving, most are eligible for provincial cost sharing. Additions in the utility rate services are associated with supporting the region's water supply and wastewater services. These positions are fully funded by user fees. A detailed listing of proposed staff additions can be found in the consolidated budget document in Appendix 5. Next slide, please. I will now provide an overview on the changes to Peel's tax-supported operating budget. Next slide, please. Peel continuously strives to demonstrate our commitment to respecting the taxpayer through sound financial management. Development of this year's budget faced several additional challenges. First, the Peel Police budget reflects growing concerns for community safety. Second, the region-controlled budget reflects the impact of provincial funding cuts. And lastly, as reported to Council on October 22nd, assessment growth reported by MPAC is at its lowest level in Peel's history at 0.7%. But there was a notional tax adjustment of $2.4 million, which increased the new tax revenue to 0.9%. These factors collectively have put significant pressure on the net tax levy. Over the next several slides, I will walk Council through the pressures driving the proposed net tax levy. Next slide, please. To maintain service levels for a growing population, 1.7% is required, 1% for the infrastructure levy, and 0.7% to maintain services net assessment growth, and regionally controlled programs represent 0.1% of that 0.7%. Next slide, please. 0.1% to support key proposed initiatives and services. Next slide, please. 0.4% to enable priorities identified by council, such as the expansion of early on services, operationalizing the new homeless shelter, and supporting the mental health and well-being of Peel's paramedics. Next slide, please. And 0.5% to improve community safety. And finally, next slide, please. 0.5% to offset the reduction in provincial funding for the child care and community investment services. Next slide, please. Overall, the tax-supported budget has total operating increases of $46.7 million, which includes region-controlled programs and external agencies. The increase, as shown in the right column, can also be broken down by extending current service levels to a growing population, offset by savings from Peel's continuous improvement program, investments in service level improvements, an increase in reserve contributions to maintain Peel's growing and aging infrastructure, and finally, provincial funding cuts to be financed by the property tax. I will address the region-controlled service investments over the next few slides. Next slide, please. On this slide, I would like to highlight new investments to improve people's lives in their time of need. Operationalizing the new homeless shelter, opening the Seniors Health and Wellness Village, and expanding early on services to more than 3,000 parents and caregivers. Next slide, please. New investments in thriving area of services are designed to ensure that we have integrated, safe, and complete communities. Investments include maintaining additional sidewalks and paved shoulders, implementing the Community Safety and Wellbeing Program approved by Council in 2020, advancing Peel's waste diversion goals, maintaining adequate delivery of critical public health programs, and continuing to respond to COVID-19. Next slide, please. The new investments in the area of leading are required to enable direct service delivery areas and community for life outcomes. Highlights include responding to increased social media, enhanced cybersecurity, and increasing reserve contributions to maintain Peel's infrastructure. The new investments are offset by reduction in the tax support of utility rate programs and through the recoveries from capital projects. Later today, the commissioners will provide more detail on key service investments. Next slide, please. Having now reviewed all the budget increases on the left side, we will focus on the funding sources presented on the right. After applying reserve draws to offset temporary pressures, tax assessment growth, and the notional tax adjustments to the increased investments, the remaining gap of $36.8 million is funded through an average property tax increase of 1.3%. Next slide, please. This chart outlines where your 2021 regional tax dollars will be spent for each $100,000 in residential assessment. The orange bars at the top represent the external agencies, while the blue bars represent all other regional services. The change per $100,000 in assessment is $11.30. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the impact of Peel's net tax levy increase for a variety of housing types in each local municipality. As noted earlier, the lower impact for Caledon is primarily due to the difference in OPP versus Peel Regional Police budgets. Next slide, please. I will now provide an overview of Peel's utility rate supported budget. Next slide, please. As Peel continues to grow, we will provide water and wastewater services to over 4,000 new residential and business customers. The budget includes funding to provide service to new customers, as well as pay for inflation on labor, goods, and services, partially offset by savings from Peel's continuous improvement program. It also includes new service investments, recognition of the risk to declining consumption, and it includes an increase in reserve contributions to manage a state of good repair. Peel's supply of water and wastewater services is infrastructure intensive. I will speak to the capital infrastructure requirements in the following slides. Total program pressures of $21.7 million results in an overall utility rate increase of 5.5%. Next slide, please. The utility rate services are required to be fully cost recovered through the water bill, which is a user fee based on water consumption. based on the proposed budget, a typical household will see an increase of $43 per year or 12 cents per day. A small business will see an increase of $111 per year or 30 cents per day. Next slide, please. Peel's average residential water bill is very competitive when compared to that of neighboring municipalities. Peel's 2021 water bill will be 35% below the 2020 average within the GTA. An explanation for this year's rate increase will be provided to customers following the increase scheduled for April 1st. Next slide, please. To ensure Peel's water and wastewater infrastructure is maintained over the long term, we are forecasting an average annual increase of 6.8%, including 5% for infrastructure over the next 2 years. With an average forecasted bill of $872, the cost of water and wastewater services will be far below the 2020 rates of our neighboring municipalities. A review of all water and wastewater revenue was initiated in 2020 with a focus on improving the overall long-term financial sustainability of the utility rate program. The funding structure is expected to be in place for the 2024 budget. Next slide, please. I will now provide more information on the proposed capital budget. Similar to the operating budget, Peel's capital budget is developed keeping in mind Peel's financial principles. Next slide, please. Every year, in addition to the one-year capital budget, the region prepares a 9-year capital forecast, which is approved by council in principle for planning purposes. Planning beyond a single year allows the region to assess the sustainability of future plans. The capital plan includes the infrastructure requirements to address the 2041 planning horizon, as well as council's new housing master plan. The capital plan at approximately $10.5 billion supports region-controlled tax-supported services, conservation authority managed projects, police services, and utility rate supported services. The capital plan includes investments to maintain existing infrastructure and to add new infrastructure to support population and employment growth. Next slide, please. The capital plan for region-controlled services identifies priority investments totaling $9.9 billion, $1.4 billion to fund Peel's affordable housing master plan, paramedic services, and long-term care, $8.3 billion to fund infrastructure-intensive services such as water supply, wastewater, roads, and waste management, and $0.2 billion in the area of leading to support investments in enabling technology and maintaining Peel's office facilities. Next slide, please. Peel's capital plan is financed primarily through existing capital reserves and development charge revenue. Debt financing totaling $240 million has been identified for revenue-generating projects such as affordable housing and investments to enable Peel's waste diversion goals, better reflecting generational equity for the utilization of these assets. Next slide, please. We employ financial management principles in our capital planning. Capital planning starts with a capital-related financial management principles. First, assets should be maintained in a state of good repair. Second, growth pays for growth to the extent possible under current legislation. Third, the capital plan needs to be sustainable. Non-DC growth and other council priorities are included where the capital and future operational costs are sustainable and affordable. The region-controlled capital plan can be categorized as follows: 25% for maintaining a state of good repair, 45% for DC-funded growth to support population and employment growth to 2041, and 30% for non-DC growth, funded capital and capital priority initiatives. I will now provide more details on the funding directions which support capital plan investments described on this slide. Next slide, please. So as seen earlier in the presentation, capital reserves represent 47% of the funding for the capital plan. Therefore, as a key component of Peel's new capital financing strategy, it is very important to increase the infrastructure levies. With this increase in funding, Peel will have adequate matching dollars to leverage federal and provincial infrastructure funding, have enhanced flexibility to manage unanticipated capital requirements, be positioned to sustain capital projects in 2021 and beyond, and to manage risk to Peel's credit rating. Next slide, please. An update on the status of reserves was provided to Council as part of today's agenda through the overview and update on the status of reserves report. In order to support the capital budget and meet long-term capital needs, we need to increase the tax-supported reserve contributions by the equivalent of a 1% net tax levy this year and for each of the next 5 years. The tax-supported infrastructure levy supports capital works such as maintaining regional roads, paramedics and long-term care facilities, and investments to increase waste diversion. Next slide, please. In order to maintain a state of good repair of Peel's water and wastewater infrastructure over the next 20 years, the budget includes an infrastructure levy increase in the utility rate of 5% this year and 5% in each of the next 2 years. Next slide, please. Debt is also an important part of Peel's comprehensive capital financing strategy. The increase in debt requirements to 2030 reflects financing required to support the Affordable Housing Master Plan, the Long-Term Waste Management Plan, and infrastructure servicing to support growth to 2041. The majority of Peel's outstanding debt is required to support growth-related infrastructure investments ahead of the collection of development charge revenue. DC-related debt financing costs are fully recovered through the development charges. Staff last provided a status update on the capital deferral strategy to Council in July of 2020, including risk related to DC revenue. The pandemic recession looks different than traditional recessions, and as a result, 2020 development charge revenue are in line with DC revenue received in the previous 4 to 5 years. Staff will continue to monitor and assess the situation and update accordingly. However, the issuance of additional DC-related debt may still be required in 2021. Peel's debt financing requirements form part of the annual credit rating agency assessment. The estimated annual repayment limit for 2021 is approximately 8.7%, increasing to approximately 11% by 2024. Staff will seek Council approval prior to issuing any additional debt. Next slide, please. The capital budget represents the portion of the 10-year capital plan which Council is being asked to approve. At $1 billion, the capital budget includes regionally controlled tax-supported services, Conservation Authority managed projects, police services, and utility rate supported services. As noted on the right side of the chart, the capital budget is primarily funded from internal capital reserves and development charges. Within each service, the capital budget supports maintaining a state of good repair, DC-funded growth capital to support growth, and non-DC growth capital to manage growth not covered by DC legislation, and also Council priority investments. Some of these projects are not new projects, but represent the next phase of funding for existing projects as they advance through the stages of completion. More detail on the capital budget will be included in the Commissioner and Police presentations. Next slide, please. In summary, the capital budget proposes investments to enable the delivery of services, including investments to ensure people's lives are improved in their time of need, which includes affordable housing, paramedic ambulances, accessible transportation, and long-term care. Investments to ensure communities are integrated, safe, and complete, which includes water supply, wastewater, waste diversion, and to keep people and goods moving on the regional road network. And finally, investments to modernize the region's technology and to maintain office facilities. Next slide, please. I will now provide a summary of the 2021 budget. Next slide, please. Peel's water bill will be 35% below the 2020 average within the GTA, even with the proposed 2021 increase of 5.5%. Next slide, please. Since the development of the draft tax-supported budget, Peel has been allocated over $40 million of new funding to support the ongoing response to COVID-19. These funding envelopes require equal amounts of spending, so they do not impact the net tax levy. Peel has also received new non-COVID specific funding in 2 program areas that can impact the net tax levy increase. The first one is for anti-human sex trafficking. The province has provided $3.1 million to be used over a 5-year period. Staff recommend that 1/5 of the funding, or $620,000, be applied to the 2021 budget for the Community Investment Service. This will reduce the overall net tax expenditure. The province has also announced $5 million in one-time funding to offset the funding reduction in the Early Years and Child Care program. in recognition of the challenging economic climate. This funding can be used to offset the funding reduction or be used to address COVID pressures for childcare. To smooth out the impact of the $5 million funding reduction, staff recommend that $2.5 million of the one-time funding grant be used to partially offset the funding reduction in the 2021 budget. This will leave the remaining funding reduction to be addressed in the 2022 budget and an additional $1.2 million to address COVID-related pressures. Next slide, please. The net impact from the two recommendations reduces the net tax levy impact from 3.2% to 2.9%, or on average, reduces the overall property tax impact in each local municipality by 0.1% to 1.2%. Next slide, please. The next three slides will show how council decisions on local and regional budgets are provided under three different scenarios. Starting with Brampton, the impact of a 2.9% regional net tax levy increase is 1.2% on the total property tax bill. For the education portion, we assume no change. With respect to the local municipal portion, Brampton has already approved its 2021 budget with a 0% increase. When combined with Peel's proposed increase, the overall average residential tax rate increase will be 1.2%. Next slide, please. For the town of Caledon, after adjusting for the impact of the OPP budget changes, the region's proposed net levy increase has a property tax impact of 0.7%. With respect to the local municipal portion, we look at the impact of net levy changes increases ranging from 2% to 6%. When combined with Peel's proposed increase, the overall average residential tax rate increase ranges from 1.7% to 3.5%. Next slide, please. For Mississauga, the impact of the region's net levy increase is 1.3% on the total property tax bill. When combined with Peel's proposed increase, the overall average residential tax rate increase ranges from 2% to 3.4%. From year to year, the level of service pressures may vary from one tier of municipal government to another, but by focusing on the bottom line, council can ensure that there's a balance between meeting community needs and taxpayer affordability. Next slide, please. While council must make difficult decisions to strike a balance between community need and taxpayer affordability, the region does offer relief to those less fortunate. Peel services such as long-term care, affordable housing, childcare, and Ontario Works are designed to support Peel's vulnerable populations. The budget also supports low-income individuals with subsidies to make transit more affordable in Brampton and Mississauga. We provide homelessness supports and low-income seniors dental services. Finally, Peel partners with local municipalities through property tax rebates of up to $502 for low-income seniors and those on ODSP. Next slide, please. I will now provide an update on the budget forecast for the next 3 years. Next slide, please. It is important that we look beyond the current year to ensure that decisions made today will be sustainable and affordable in the future. The forecast is based on a growing population, inflation trends, and council-approved service levels and service level changes. The 2022 forecast of 4.2% reflects the impact of the continued provincial funding changes, including the carryover impact for childcare funding mentioned earlier. It also reflects a decrease in payments in lieu of taxes for the Greater Toronto Airport Authority, forecasted to be between $6 million to $8 million. While staff are confident that an increase within the rate of inflation can be achieved for factors under our control, there will be additional pressure from factors outside of our control, such as the ongoing provincial funding changes. Once we better understand the impacts of COVID-19 on Peel services and get a better sense as to what the province may do, staff will bring forward a 2022 budget target recommendation for council consideration in the spring. Next slide, please. Next, my colleagues will present the proposed service budgets for which they are responsible. On February 4th, we will hear from any remaining regional services, Peel Regional Police, Ontario Provincial Police, and the conservation authorities. February 11th and 18th have been reserved for ongoing budget discussions. Next slide. Thank you very much, and that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Norm. What I'm going to suggest is, thank you for that very fulsome presentation. We've got the 4 departments, which are much briefer. I think we blow through those, get a little bit more of the ground level perspective, and then I'm going to open it up to questions. So with that, under 7 regionally controlled service presentations, first up, Nancy Polzinelli, Commissioner of Health Services. Nancy.
Good morning, Chair Unica and members of Council. I am Nancy Polcinelli, Commissioner of Health, and accompanying me today is Colum Lynn, my finance partner. Our health services presentation highlights 6 services. However, as you know, 2020 was not a typical year in delivering these services, and this will be a theme discussed throughout my presentation. Next slide, please. As you have heard from our CAO, in presenting the 2021 budget, our priorities in health services continue to be largely dominated by COVID-19. Wherever possible, resources have been and continue to be directed towards reducing the spread of COVID-19 in Peel, protecting the public, caring for the vulnerable, and ramping up Peel's community mass vaccination plan. Of course, the region has not done this work alone. Health services staff have worked closely with our partners across the region, as well as with community partners on this enormous and comprehensive pandemic response effort. This has included leadership roles within the Integrated Response Table with health system partners and the Community Response Table with over 90 community agencies and led by both Health and Human Services. Many health services were paused due to lockdown restrictions or because staff needed to be redeployed to support COVID-19 response. Some programs and services that did continue were modified and focused on the needs of high-risk clients. It is important to remember that the demand for programs, the human and clinical needs they meet, do not go away in the pandemic. In fact, as a result of the pandemic, some will likely have increased in need or severity. So post-pandemic, as recovery takes hold, we may see increased demands and wait lists for certain services, which could impact future budget years. With the extremely difficult physical, mental, and emotional demands of this year, our departmental leadership team further elevated staff well-being as a priority. And just as COVID-19 response in 2020 required that we be flexible and adaptable, this will continue in 2021 as the pandemic priorities shift to also include vaccination planning and implementation. Next slide. This slide shows anticipated incremental costs for the COVID response in 2021. These costs do not include redeployment of existing staff, which are funded through their home-based budgets. These additional costs will include overtime and COVID-related temporary staff and are anticipated to be fully covered by the provincial Phase 1 Safe Restart funding received in 2020. The unused portion will be carried over into 2021. As this slide shows, the financial cost of COVID-19 does not impact the tax base or the long-term sustainability of the health services budget. Next slide. While the financial impact of COVID-19 has been largely mitigated by one-time provincial funding, structural funding pressures still exist in health services. There is a growing gap between actual costs to deliver services and the funding received from the province, and regional tax dollars offset this funding shortfall. Examples include a one-year lag in funding in paramedics and rising costs in long-term care and adult day services that is not matched by provincial funding. Due to the pandemic, the province has paused many public health transformation reforms, including a shift to a 60-40 cost share from currently 70-30. If that shift is initiated, this potential change in cost share funding could impact the region by up to $8 million annually. However, the province has indicated that they would not reduce existing funding, but would freeze funding at current levels. And therefore, the 2021 budget assumes no decrease in public health funding. And our forecast years assume provincial funding will be frozen at current levels despite increasing costs. Next slide. In addition to COVID-19 driven transformations, some of which I will highlight shortly, there were process improvements and innovations established before the pandemic that produced efficiencies in health. In total, these resulted in approximately $300,000 in cost savings. So one example is a shift to the divisional model reduced the number of kilometers driven by paramedics, and this decreased fuel costs by approximately $90,000 annually. Next slide. Moving to our first service. Paramedics delivers on the living mandate of the region's strategic plan. Providing quality pre-hospital care saves lives and contributes to more successful outcomes for patients. In recent years, this has included focus on drug overdose and cardiac care, as well as high-risk response teams in the pandemic. Peel paramedics also support a healthier population in Peel, which can reduce demand for emergency services. This community outreach and engagement focuses on vulnerable populations. And during the pandemic, community paramedicine, for example, have shifted to support testing in high-risk environments such as long-term care homes and other congregate settings, and they will also support future vaccination clinics. Next slide. As Council is aware, call volume is the biggest driver for costs related to paramedic services. While call volume was down in the pandemic, the longer-term trend towards higher volumes will continue based on population growth and societal factors. You will also note on the slide a significant increase in WSIB hazard incidences. They did not all result in time off work or claims, yet we know that mental health and wellness were growing as priorities before the pandemic. The situation in the pandemic has further contributed to the need for employee support. Next slide. Many important factors in call volume are currently beyond our control at the region, yet we work proactively where possible. So for example, the Community Paramedicine Pilot Program works to keep people with lower priority medical concerns out of ambulances and emergency rooms. In 2021, we are making this pilot permanent and expanding it in partnership with other seniors programs, such as those delivered by Ontario Health Teams and community care providers. As part of the pandemic effort, Paramedic Services developed a COVID-19 high-risk response group. This contributed to the community effort to reduce transmission, while also supporting the safety and peace of mind for first responders. Nevertheless, the pandemic has brought additional mental health challenges to the work done by frontline providers. And outside the pandemic, we know that delivering paramedic services does take a toll on mental health and well-being. The first service investment request in health services is aimed at this important need. Next slide. We are proposing this investment to continue work already underway that addresses mental health and well-being. These dedicated resources are focused on improving workplace health supports for our Peel paramedics. Next slide. The second service investment is the conversion of 2 existing contract positions with no net impact on the tax base. One is a permanent position of logistics technician supervisor, and this will contribute to quality improvements in the logistics make-ready work, which supports the divisional model across all stations. The other position supports community paramedicine program, and it is fully funded by the province. Next slide, please. This slide shows the breakdown of paramedic expenditures and the relevant funding sources. Salaries and wages account for the majority of costs at 69%. Supplies, fuel, and other costs make up the balance. Next slide. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended service level is $63.7 million. The primary driver for the increase is inflation and cost of living increases and the service investments I've mentioned. Next slide, please. The Paramedic Services capital budget proposes an increase of $28.1 million. Key projects are highlighted. Key project highlights are outlined on the slide, and they also include the council-approved investment of $19.5 million for the purchase of land and design of Peel's 5th paramedic reporting station. Next slide, please. This slide shows further analysis and breakdown of the 2021 capital budget. Next slide, please. Here you see a summary of the overall resources required to fund the recommended 2021 levels of service for paramedics. Next slide, please. I will now move on to long-term care. The region of Peel's long-term care homes fill gaps in the system that are not met by private and nonprofit providers. Under Council's direction, Peel focuses on those with the most complex needs, including advanced stage dementia. Staff use innovative, person-centered approaches like Butterfly to support the clinical, physical, social, and psychological needs of people who live in our 5 homes. Due to pandemic demands, the usual delivery of the pandemic model is not possible. However, we have made every effort to follow the spirit of the Butterfly approach. And like all congregate settings, safety measures during COVID-19 pandemic have impacted the ability to create a home-like setting and provide the level of social connection that we would normally strive to achieve. So while the pandemic requires strong safety measures, staff strive every day to maintain emotional-based care wherever safely possible. Next slide, please. One of the ways we support the emotional needs of residents is through virtual family visits. These visits can help mitigate feelings of loneliness and anxiety. This also helps to reassure families that their loved ones are well cared for. As Council is aware, since April, provincial emergency orders were in place where staff could only work at one healthcare facility. This resulted in a significant loss of staff, which we have worked to overcome through various methods, including redeployment of regional staff and external hirings. Next slide, please. There are significant challenges in caring for residents who are positive with COVID-19 or may have come into contact with the virus and therefore must be isolated. These can be people with dementia who do not understand why this is happening to them. In all cases, these are people who live in our homes and continue to need emotional support as well as clinical care. So we established supportive care units in each home to cohort and isolate such residents. Dedicated staff then can deliver care that can address all dimensions of our residents' needs within that unit while minimizing the risk of COVID spread. In addition to virtual visits, long-term care staff established a family inquiry and contact line to help with timely responses to emails and phone calls. They have also conducted regular virtual town halls to keep families informed and involved. These strategies have been enthusiastically embraced by families. And as Council knows, this work has been accomplished through the dedicated and teamwork of both the pre-pandemic workforce in long-term care, as well as those redeployed from across the organization to support this effort, particularly staff who normally work in the region's 5 adult day services. Next slide, please. This slide shows the breakdown of long-term care expenditures, as well as the relevant funding sources. Salaries and wages continue to be the biggest driver for long-term care. They make up approximately 76% of the total annual operating cost for the service. Next slide, please. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service in long-term care is $41.7 million. The 2.3 million costs related to COVID response are fully funded by the Phase 1 Safe Restart funding from the province, so there is no net budget increase. The net impact of the long-term care budget request is therefore $1.5 million. Next slide, please. Staff recommend a capital investment of $5 million for 2021. Of the total request, half is for major facility maintenance to ensure continued state of good repair and safety, such as HVAC maintenance and parking lot paving. The remaining half is designated for major equipment replacement, such as lifts, beds, and humidifiers. Next slide, please. The capital budget of $5 million solely relates to the repair and renewal of existing long-term care facilities. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall resources required to fund the recommended 2021 levels of service for long-term care. Next slide, please. I will now move on to adult day services. These services support the choice of seniors who want to live in the community for as long as possible without the need to move to long-term care. The profile of each client is unique, but their needs encompass help with social isolation and loneliness, managing daily tasks and activities, and some clinical care. Managing complex care increasingly dominates this work. More than half of the people who come to Peel's day program have dementia or some type of cognitive impairment. Close to 3/4 of day program clients need intensive supports, such as medication management or assistance with the impacts of dementia. And just as important, adult day services provides rest and support to caregivers, helping to sustain these people who are so critical in the healthcare delivery. Unfortunately, most adult day services have been paused in the pandemic, and staff from this division are providing valuable and caring assistance to our long-term care homes. Next slide, please. In a normal year, the region strives to deliver 38,000 days of care, which this year could not be delivered in person. In a typical year, that 38,000 days of care, with the available time slots this level of service supports, means serving approximately 250 to 300 clients. As with health services, the demand and need for these services supports remains and will continue to grow. Before COVID-19, even in achieving and surpassing this level of services, there was a wait list. And as of recent, the wait list is at 500 clients. To support clients while in-person services is shut down, we continue to find ways to connect with our clients and their caregivers in their own homes. Next slide, please. In the pandemic, we are using telephone and virtual forums to deliver programs. These innovations will continue as service delivery improvements beyond the pandemic to serve an aging population in Peel. The proposed expansion of service capacity at the future Seniors Health and Wellness Village, a center for dementia care excellence, will improve access to adult day services for seniors. These improvements will support closer alignment with the Peel integrated care model that we are developing. And this model includes wraparound clinical services, holistic therapies, clinics, and social recreational programs for seniors in the community. And we continue to advocate to the province to support these initiatives. Next slide, please. This slide shows the breakdown of adult day services expenditures, as well as the relevant funding sources. Labor costs make up approximately 80% of total costs. Next slide, please. The 2021 net operating budget for adult day services is $2.7 million with no new budget requests. The main driver for the 2021 budget cost is cost of living increases for salaries and wages. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall resources required to fund the recommended 2021 levels of service for adult day services. The lookout years include cost of living and inflation. They also include a phased increase to operationalize new programming at the Seniors Health and Wellness Village. Next slide, please. The next three services fall under public health. Chronic disease prevention is about supporting and enabling people to take steps and make choices that enhance their health. This includes delivering programs such as Healthy Smiles Ontario and Ontario Seniors Dental Care. This group also leads programs such as smoke-free policy initiatives, healthy built environments, and awareness campaigns on the harms of vaping and cannabis use, to name a few. For the past year, we have either put aside this valuable work or modified delivery in the pandemic. In fact, our staff from chronic disease prevention were among the first to be called upon to shift their daily work towards the fight against COVID-19, which happened in March and even earlier. The expertise of staff in chronic disease has been highly valuable at all facets of pandemic response. So for example, public health nurses who normally deliver Healthy Pledge programs in schools shifted in the pandemic to support safe reopening in educational programs. Next slide, please. Although most chronic disease prevention programming was placed on pause, the needs served by the programs do not go away, even in a pandemic. They are fundamentally important to people's health at all ages. And you will note that dental screening and treatment numbers are below target. This is because staff are redeployed, though high-risk dental care has continued. We know the needs related to harm reduction have increased in the pandemic. So as you see here, there was a 43% increase in client interactions in Peel. In the first 2 quarters of 2020, there were 74 opioid-related deaths, the vast majority, 93% of which were accidental. Fentanyl continues to be the most common type of opioid contributing to accidental opioid-related deaths in Peel. Next slide. In the pandemic, where there is high risks to clients, programs are delivered in modified forms with a focus on those with highest needs. We know that the pandemic is impacting people's overall health and wellness in a variety of ways. This might be from delays in seeking medical help, disruption of routine, isolation, and stress. In the longer term, these paused and modified programs that minimize the burden of chronic disease and promote an overall healthy population in Peel will be an essential foundation to recovery. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of chronic disease prevention expenditures. And as you can see, salaries and wages account for 69% of costs. Next slide, please. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service is $13.8 million. The largest drivers of the net budget are inflation and labor costs. Next slide, please. This slide shows the resources dedicated to capital projects for chronic disease prevention, which, as you can see, are not significant. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall 2021 chronic disease prevention budget recommendations to Regional Council. The outlook years reflects the cost of living adjustments and inflation with assumed frozen provincial funding. Next slide, please. The next service is infectious disease prevention. Since COVID-19 became an internationally recognized threat last January, infectious disease prevention has been focused on vigilant health protection aimed at this virus. Infectious disease prevention protects people in Peel from risks of infections from vaccine-preventable diseases, foodborne illnesses, and sexually transmitted infections. This has meant delivering programs such as childhood vaccinations in Peel, healthy sexuality clinics, and restaurant inspections, to name a few. This work has, and of course, has been paused, modified, and adapted to meet the needs of the community during the pandemic. Next slide, please. This slide shows some numbers of what we would normally rely on to measure service outcomes in infectious disease prevention. However, in the pandemic, these numbers do not provide an accurate indication of where our staff and teams have focused their efforts. So allow me to share some other numbers related to work that was led by infectious disease prevention. We have registered and trained over 600 staff in the provincial case and contact management system. Last year, we produced over 190,000 COVID-19 lab reports and managed over 41,000 COVID-19 cases and 500 confirmed outbreaks. We responded to over 72,000 calls in our public health contact center and replied to over 3,000 written inquiries from the public. This exceptional effort was made possible with staff from across public health and the department pitching in, and with valuable supports from across the organization. Next slide, please. Adapting in the pandemic context means aggressively fighting COVID-19 while striving to deliver services that are still needed in the community. For example, childhood vaccinations cannot be delivered in schools due to the pandemic. To do our best to adapt, we opened childhood vaccination clinics at Tempe and other locations in the fall. However, these clinics had to close due to the changes in pandemic status. In public health inspections, this work adapted to focus on services related to pandemic response. So for example, the safe reopening of restaurants, community pools, and other types of businesses and workplaces. In adapting to fight COVID-19, I would like to highlight that Peel Public Health was the largest early adopter in piloting a new case and contact management technology for COVID. This technology for case, contact, exposure, and outbreak management helps provide timely, responsive, and data-driven advice and support to Peel's residents. The pandemic will likely bring in some long-term lifestyle changes that may require shifts in how services are delivered. For example, the public's increased use of food delivery services has actually accelerated the trend towards cooking facilities set up to prepare food for delivery only, which I will discuss in my next slide. Next slide, please. There is a growing public health concern with respects to commercial food preparation in non-traditional settings such as ghost kitchens and virtual kitchens. The rapid growth of this sector has prompted even the province to introduce new legislated requirements. This service investment is presented in infectious disease prevention, but 1/3 of the 2 FTEs are in the chronic disease prevention budget. The $209,000 represents the full cost for these 2 positions. Next slide, please. The second service investment is related to healthy sexuality. Prior to the pandemic, limited capacity at healthy sexuality clinics has already been identified due to population growth and high incidences of sexually transmitted infections in Peel. Adding a public health nurse allows for seeing approximately 500 more clients per month, so this resource should help reduce the wait list. Both of these service investments were referenced in the Council report of November 12th. Next slide, please. This slide shows infectious disease prevention expenditures. Labor accounts for 78% of costs. The table outlines relevant funding sources. A significant amount of costs are funded by the province. Next slide, please. The proposed net annual 2021 budget for infectious disease services is $13.4 million. The primary driver is inflation and cost of living increases and our 2 service investments. Next slide. The capital budget is composed of $0.1 million for leasehold improvements in maintaining public health clinic facilities. Next slide. This slide summarizes the overall 2021 infectious disease prevention budget recommendations. The year-over-year expenditures and revenues are higher than usual due to temporary COVID costs supported by one-time revenue. The outlook years reflects the cost of living adjustments and inflation with the assumed frozen provincial funding. Next slide, please. The final service is early growth and development. Early growth and development services supports programs during pregnancy, after birth, and in the early years. The work here is focused on promoting healthy pregnancies, supporting infant and childhood nutrition and physical activity, as well as assisting high-risk families who need extra support. Due to the pandemic, we have altered program delivery to only reach clients and families with the greatest of need. Next slide, please. As of December 2020, about 120 of the family health staff, or 90%, have been redeployed to COVID-19 response. The Healthy Babies, Healthy Children program is the only program running in family health. It has capacity to reach out to only those families with the greatest of need. While the pandemic has required changes to these services, there are legislative requirements associated with them and community needs that will continue to grow. Next slide, please. With face-to-face prenatal classes paused during the pandemic, parents and caregivers can access online prenatal programs called Enjoy. It is a free and available program to any resident in Peel who is having a baby. The Family Health Multi-Channel Contact Center is providing telephone support, advice, and health information to parents of young children in Peel. And our Parenting in Peel website also provides additional information and instructional videos. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of early growth and development expenditures, as well as the relevant funding sources. Labor costs make up 78% of the total annual operating costs. Next slide, please. The net annual resources required to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for early growth and development is $6.8 million. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall 2021 early growth and development budget recommendations. Outlook years reflect the cost of living adjustments and inflation, with assumed frozen provincial funding. Next slide. In closing, this slide before you summarizes the 2021 budgets for health services. Next slide, please. The team and I look forward and are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Nancy, thank you, and I do have questions. Councillor Sato.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm just trying to change my screen here. Thank you, Nancy. That was, wow. A lot of information on, I think looking at the past year is one of our most critical and most needed services within the region of Peel. I have no comments or questions on what you're asking for in the budget, but I do want to make some comments and questions on some of the information that you provided to us. You know, going forward, the two areas in particular, I mean, the general public health, infectious disease, all of those areas, and long-term care in particular, have to be made our top priorities, and we do at the region of Peel. But I have to say that I am so concerned going forward with what the province of Ontario is telling us right now. You know, not going to the 60-40 shift was one thing. I mean, we had said when they announced they were going to the 60-40 shift that that would be catastrophic. That was before we were hit with COVID. That just amplified everything. I am really concerned that the only step back they have taken is freezing at, I think you said the 2020 numbers, not even 2021 numbers. So while we are, as you said, we're okay for 2021, we need to look beyond 2021, because freezing at 2020 numbers, which were still, we considered low, even before COVID, and 2020 numbers with COVID just won't cut it going forward, because we know that we're going to have to increase our spending in the areas, as you mentioned, our paramedics with the mental health, which is, vitally important. And in the areas of long-term care, the daycare services, all of those things are going to cost a lot more than 2020 frozen budget numbers from the province. So I am really concerned, looking ahead to 2022, that we're going to have two choices. We either have a huge increase in taxes to make up what the province should be providing funding for, or we are going to have to reduce our service levels in some of those areas. And that, to me, is an even greater concern, particularly as our aging population is growing. And it's, I think too, as just as a result of COVID, the mental health issues are going to increase, especially through 2021. So I'm not sure that, Mr. Chair, that I need an answer now, but before we finish this budget, I would really like staff to bring something back to council to give us advice on how we can move forward to convince the province that status quo is not sufficient. I think the public has been speaking out that status quo is not sufficient with the long-term care issues that have come up. But I think, and I don't know what you are doing with other municipalities. I know the mayors and chairs have been advocating for many changes, but I think we really need to be focusing on the health issues going forward and putting together a very, very strong argument to say to the province, and not just, saying we need our fair share for Peel, because we've been saying that for years. But what we have found in the past is the only way to convince the provincial government that they need to fund more is to put together a business case showing the pros and cons, actually the pros. You put more funding here, you reduce funding there. So, it's very easy. You put more funding into the public health, the long-term care, you reduce what you're spending in the hospitals. So I don't know how much of that, I know we've been talking about it, but we've been so tied up with COVID that I don't think we have really a full campaign and business case prepared. So maybe, I'm sorry, I kind of rambled on a little bit there, Mr. Chair, but I think this is a very critical issue that we need to deal with going forward. So maybe Nancy could just give, a very brief answer now, and then maybe something before we finish budget, if staff can bring something more comprehensive back to council. Thank you.
Nancy, did you have a much broader issue, Councillor Sato? And the more the story changes, the more it stays the same, doesn't it? Your point is well made, but Nancy, a quick thought, but certainly something we're always mindful of going forward. Commissioner.
Thank you, Councillor Sato, for the question, and through the chair. You are all absolutely right. It is an important topic for very important programs that we run at the region of Peel. I can share that even during COVID, we continued continue to advocate to the province with council's leadership on a number of topics. Public health transformation is certainly one of those, and we will have a council report that will come in later in 2021 with an update there. But also with regards to adult day program and long-term care and the commissioning report. So we continue to have very comprehensive discussions with the province on the need in long-term care and adult day services. And actually, I should say that I just received a text from one of the directors from the director in adult day that says that, and she said she has an appointment with Ontario Health on Monday to talk about funding and advocacy for our seniors' health and wellness village. So certainly work is being done, but what I will tell you is you are absolutely right. More work still needs to be done because there is an imbalance. So we will definitely take your request back and look at how we can build on the advocacy and work through council on doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Nancy, very comprehensive. Thank you very much. Very enlightening too. I wanted to touch on the paramedics as well. Of course, they are our front line here at Peel Region, delivering much needed vaccines to the public. And I'm glad to see that you included the mental health support that they have asked for, because we have that very compelling delegation from the paramedics on what they live through. And I guess the balance of the increase is on the capital side in any case, I think is what I saw. Secondly, on chronic diseases, I wondered if you wouldn't be coming forward for more of a greater request for funding. I only saw the 2 inspectors, public health inspectors, and then I think a public health nurse as well. And then, of course, we noticed that 2.8 million of COVID funding is being provided for by the provincial government by Safe Restart. So didn't know if there was anything further we could do to support, particularly public health, and on the chronic disease side at this such an unprecedented time. So give it some thought. I'm sure you have a very receptive council to that regard. And then finally, we've been hearing about the 211 that the City of Toronto has established. And of course, this occurred to me, what better way to provide direct access for mental health support as they have done. Is this anything we've considered the delivery, the fast delivery, whether it be through, I know the police are considering more funding for the mobile units, but the 211, I don't know if you've looked at what they're doing in Toronto, if you could speak to that and what kind of resources we would need to set up something similar to get direct access for mental health support. Thank you, Nancy.
Nancy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Crombie, and through the chair. With regards to mental health support, I will have to go back to the team and see if we've looked at 211 in particular, but I will share that again through council's endorsement through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. We are working on mental health as one of our themes, and working with agencies across the region, one of which is Peel Paramedics. So we are sitting at the situational awareness table with them to advance the support with mental health and well-being. And so a lot of work is underway. So I will take back the 211 piece and see if we are involved there. But please know that there's a lot of, again, even through the pandemic, community safety and well-being work continues in the backdrop, and mental health and well-being is one of those key topics.
Because something like that applied right across the GTA, I think, would be compelling. I mean, these borders are seamless for people. They're hearing about the 211 in Toronto, and they think that, here in Mississauga, they could pick up the phone and dial 211. They wouldn't have the same support, right? So it's something we should look at, I think. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nancy, for the presentation. I do have a few questions, but this first question will probably be common across all departments who are going to be presenting, and that is it possible for us to get a breakdown by lower tier municipality on some of the key support services that are provided? within health. If that's possible, that would be great. In addition to what Mayor Crombie had asked earlier with respect to mental health and a little bit about what Councillor Sato had mentioned, I am concerned about, because of COVID-19 and our response to it, the fact that we are putting on standstill some upstream programs and solutions to include chronic disease prevention, infectious disease programs, and the early growth and development programs. I know that Councillor Sato and Mayor Crombie have mentioned the first two, but with respect to early growth and development, there's been a decrease in the number of home visits to support infant feeding in 2019 versus in 2020, approximately 32% of a reduction. And staff were deployed to respond to COVID-19. Is there a strategy to increase service levels in 2021? And I share that tongue in cheek because we know that because of COVID-19, there may be more babies born coming in 2021. And as a woman who suffered from postpartum depression, I just want to make sure that those support services are still going to be available. So those are my initial questions for you, Nancy, right now, is essentially the support services area in health, and if we can get a breakdown by lower tier municipality, and also the upstream programs and its impact during 2020 and how we're going to improve or maintain those in 2021, and if our budget reflects that. And finally, more specifically on the programs related to early growth and development. I have some other questions with respect to Peel paramedics and long-term care, but if you could start with those, that would be great.
Thank you, Councillor Sato, for the question, and through the chair. With regards to the work post-pandemic, we're keeping an eye on that, because as I shared in my presentation, we are very aware that, for instance, we had wait lists, and wait lists will continue to grow, and severity of needs for our clients will continue to grow as a result of the pandemic. So the team is working actively to ensure that we can manage those wait lists, and to some degree, the service investments you see here today are to do just that. With regards to the early growth and development question, we have Dr. Lowe on the line as well, and I'm going to pass that one to him because I think it's a really good question as well. Dr. Lowe?
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you, Councillor Santos, for the question through the chair. Certainly, maternal child health, along with chronic disease prevention, these are longer-term health aspects in our community that we are also very focused on, of course, recognizing the constraints of our limited situation. Specifically to early growth and development, as Commissioner Polsinelli has identified in her presentation, we are still running the Healthy Baby, Healthy Children program at this point in time. Of course, capacity is quite limited and really has only just the ability to reach out to families with the greatest needs. However, we do know particularly, and with hope, as case counts start to come down, as demands on the current system are addressed, and as redeployments and recruitments to support the ongoing COVID response take effect, we will certainly be able to start scaling up and increasing our family health offerings. We have also had to adapt to a new means of service delivery. So, for example, our former face-to-face prenatal classes are now also being delivered online, certainly more telephone support as opposed to in-person support. And so it is a combination of both the resourcing challenges that we are faced with and the immediate need of controlling the pandemic in our community, together with the need to deliver service in a different way that really present challenges. But all that to say, we are working through and navigating those to provide what offerings we can at this point in time, with the hope that redeployment, recruitment, and a change in our pandemic situation will allow us to resume this, among other chronic disease and other sort of longer-term prevention programs in the coming months, and especially as vaccination starts to take off as well.
Stephen, Commissioner Van Offwegen, I see you on my list. Did you have something on this point as well?
Can you hear me? I think
Yes,
so.
I can.
Okay,
Yes, I
excellent.
can.
Just in reference to Councillor Satos, and thank you, and through the chair.
Councillor Santos, sorry.
Sorry, Santos. My apologies. Request for information of a breakdown of cost by service. Council may recall we undertook 2 independent studies back in 2019 from Ernst & Young and Deloitte, which probably would provide the most recent information on the cost of allocation of services by local municipality. We don't track the cost by local municipality. We provide services to meet the needs of the population regardless of where they live. And things like long-term care, for example, people from around the province, same thing with affordable housing, can end up in our regional facilities and receive those services. So the nature of the services don't necessarily line up to the municipal boundaries. So it's not an exercise that we would be able to undertake without going back and revisiting the Ernst & Young and Deloitte work that was done in 2019. So I hope that helps in terms of it would be a significant undertaking to re-update that piece of work.
Thank you. Nancy, did you have anything further?
I think the only other thing I would like to add is it's that little silver lining, if we can find a silver lining in all this. But in some of the examples that Dr. Lowe provided about different ways to reach out to the community that we've learned and we've built during the pandemic, Adult Day program and that type of virtual support. What we hope is that as part of our return to whatever normal may look like, that those are opportunities, those are innovative opportunities that we can use to just extend our reach for the population in Peel, for those that are most vulnerable. So that's just the silver lining I'd like to leave there.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Anything further?
I do, yes, and thank you for those responses. I'm going to assume that that's consistent with the healthy sexuality clinics, et cetera, as well with respect to infectious diseases. So I won't ask that particular question. I do have a question on the paramedic services who experienced an 11.4% reduction in calls this past year, 2020. Do we know what that experience has been in 2021? And if it continues for the next 6 months, what is the possible strategy, or have we thought about a strategy for allocation of the budget dollars for emergency response, especially if that continues, and if there is an anticipated budgetary surplus, possibly? So that's a very specific question with regards to the trends in Peel paramedic services.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Santos, and through the chair. I'm going to start the conversation, but I know we have Chief Dundas here with us today as well. The decrease in the in call volume was directly related to the pandemic. You will remember that earlier on in phase 1, people were actually afraid to go to emergency departments. So that was the decline that you see. I can tell you right now that number has gone up, and we're close to current call volumes. So we saw the decrease, and now we see the increase, which is pretty parallel to the increase in ED visits that the hospitals would have or would share. Chief Dundas, did you want to add more details there?
Thanks, Nancy, and thanks for the question, Councillor Santos, and through you, Mr. Chair. Nancy is correct. We have seen a reduction in call volume, but it has started to pick up again. With stay-at-home order, people are staying home, which is very fortunate, and people are hesitant to call because there is a fear that they could get sick with paramedics or in the emergency department. And I know we address that question on town halls quite frequently. We will more than likely start, once the stay-at-home orders are lifted, and the population is out and about, we'll start seeing a steady increase to our call volume again. We are constantly looking at our demand and managing any potential surplus through our triannual views to be able to, soften the impact of any surplus that may face us.
Okay, thank you. Just one final question on the paramedic side. I'm not sure as well if some of my other colleagues have questions on I know that some of the my Brampton colleagues might have questions on long-term care, but just to wrap up on the paramedic side, what was the lost unit hours to hospital offload delay in 2019 versus 2020, and what's the experience to date? So this is specific to hospital offload, and does the chief, do you anticipate that previous funding to offset lost unit hours to hospital offload circumstances will reduce the operational budget?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Santos. Through you, Mr. Chair. The offload delay, we still experience offload delay at the area hospitals, and even more so right now due to the IPAC measures, the infection prevention and control measures that are in place in moving patients. Even though the volume is down, we're still experiencing offload delay. The dedicated offload nursing program, which we've had in place for probably close to 10 years now, or maybe a little shy of that, is still being funded at 100% dollars through the province of Ontario to provide dedicated nurses 24/7 to take care of patients and decant them. We are working on an initiative with William Osler right now where we paramedics have the ability to place patients into the waiting area as opposed to waiting at triage for lower acuity patients through informed consent and a strategy which we have seen help reduce offload delay at the William Osler site. And we do hope after our studies of this, we'll be able to transition that to our other two sites with our Trillium Health partners. So offload delay seems to be pretty much stable. I can tell you in 2020, I can't tell you in 2019, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we saw approximately 30,000 hours of offload delay time in 2020, which has been fairly consistent. But we are through the programs, we still work with the province, we still work with the hospitals to try to reduce that. But with COVID and the IPAC measures, it's very difficult to put any strategies in place right now.
Thank you so much, Chief, for that response. I do remember, in addition to this conversation about offload delay, I imagine a snowy parking lot and having to transport patients across a very snowy parking lot versus at the front steps of a hospital may also cause some delay. I don't have further questions. I know I see other colleagues, so I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I will be brief. I just want to commend and congratulate Nancy and her team, especially on the long-term care file. You know, as we hear horrific stories across the province, in fact, across the country, it's just amazing how the region's long-term care homes have performed. So thank you for that. And also very impressed with, some of the measures that not just your department, but across all departments in the region of Peel. As I was listening to the presentations, the focus on, cost savings, that's been there across all divisions. So kudos to all of you, and thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I think as we continue to work through these, through the budget and look at all of the different budgets for each of the departments, I'd just like to ask staff in general, given the COVID pandemic and the way in which it has forced folks to stay at home, reduce their activities, et cetera, certainly that has had an impact on the kinds of service and the quality of service that we can deliver. And as was indicated before, it's also presented opportunities for finding new ways to deliver service. But I just wonder, given the pressures that our residents are feeling and our desire here to reduce as much as possible upward pressure on the budget, would the CAO perhaps comment on, might there be initiatives that we may choose to defer for a year or so, given the pandemic and how it's kind of limited the kind of work that we can do in person.
Thank you. Through the CAO.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, and through you, Chair Yanika. So I think I would approach that question a couple of different ways. Certainly, we have had some of those discussions already as staff and have looked at areas where we could defer. I think what you have in front of you are the areas that we believe are critical and you know, so if you look at the presentations that you've seen thus far, these are pressures that are happening either through growth or service pressures that we need to respond to. I mean, I would point out that we have changed the way we work for sure in many areas, although we still have a lot of essential employees who are physically having to come into work. And in fact, their work has gotten more complicated by virtue of the COVID measures that we've had to take as a municipality, the safety measures that we have had to ensure are in place for staff. And as we look at the opportunities and the requirements for our staff to work from home, yes, absolutely. You know, that has cut down on the number of people who are in our buildings. We have some savings in that area, and we would probably continue to have those in 2021. We have been capturing our COVID costs, all costs separately. I would tell you that at the same time that we have had savings, we have had, for example, significant amounts of overtime in areas where the demand in public health, case and contact tracing as an example, long-term care being another example. We are putting those costs onto and using the funding that we've received from the province to offset those. So I think you have in front of you, Councillor Vicente, staff's best thinking. It is not an ambitious budget in terms of new initiatives. I think many of the new initiatives are in there are those that have already been before council and in some cases previously endorsed. But, you know, we are always, if there's an area or something that you want us to take a second look at, we're always prepared to do that. And this is the opportunity clearly through the budget process for us to do that. But I would say as I've gone through the process, I don't believe there's a lot in there that we would be able to harvest at this stage that hasn't already been reflected on by the team. But again, if you want to point us towards something to take a second look at, we would be more than pleased to do that.
Thank you, Madam CAO. And I think, yes, that's the direction I think that we need to take as we go through each of the presentations for each of the budget areas. And, you know, we can't bring a motion today, but I'd like to just generally give some direction here that staff identify whatever initiatives that we could defer that would be able to be done for during this COVID period, I guess for the next year, but with having the least amount of impact to us achieving the outcomes that we know are important and our priorities for each and every one of us and for our residents. But just asking staff as we come back to our next session here for budget to just sharpen your pencils, so to speak, if I could use that phrase, and to see what it is that we could opt out of on a temporary basis to further reduce the impacts to residents in this budget year. Thank you.
Janice, a further thought on that?
Yeah, so thank you. And I think what I would propose to do is I'll ask staff if we can just gather up on a single list all of the new initiatives that are in the 2021 budget, because clearly that's the first place to start is let's not add anything new. And council can then reflect on those and tell us which, because I can tell you the recommendations that are in front of you from staff are the ones that we believe are essential to move forward. But again, if there is, and some of these have been previously endorsed by council, always an opportunity to take a second look. And I think if we can put a list in front of you that you can focus on for that purpose, then certainly council can give us direction if there's anything on that list that upon second reflection, they want us to defer, delay, or potentially even stop doing. So happy to do that. We'll have that ready for you for next week.
And thank you. And I think that this is not a responsibility that really should just fall fully on staff. It really is also up to us, members of council, to make some of these tough choices. So there may be some easy wins or easy initiatives that you could choose to forego or to defer. And there may be some tougher ones. And I would invite staff to also bring some of those more difficult choices and present them to council as options for consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that exhausts my lists on this file of health services. Nancy and to the team, very well done. Excellent presentation. And to my colleagues, excellent questions and great points through and through. Which brings us to human services. Commissioner Janice Sheehy. Janice.
Good morning and thank you. I do just want to give council a heads up that I have had some technical issues this morning. So should I drop off the call, I will quickly call back in. I've made arrangements with clerks. And I would also ask that if at any time the sound quality of my presentation gets compromised, perhaps clerks could stop and let me know. Chair and members of council, I'm Janice Sheehy, Commissioner of Human Services, and with me today is Michael Boucard, the Finance Manager supporting our department. Next slide, please. This slide outlines provincial funding changes impacting the Human Services budget. I would like to address two of these points in detail. As mandated by the province and reported to council in July of 2020, the region has exited out of the direct delivery of employment services. This has resulted in a net provincial funding reduction of $7.9 million. Historically, a portion of this funding was used to cover the cost of grants provided through our community investment program. As the pandemic has demonstrated, community agencies play a vital role in Peel Region in supporting our most vulnerable residents, and any lost agency funding would have serious impact on clients. So, as you will see in the budget submission, we are recommending that Council continue to maintain this service level by approving regional dollars. In early years and childcare, as of January 2021, a 50% cost share is being mandated between the province and the region for administrative expenses. This expense was previously 100% funded by the province. Although on the next slide, you will see significant efficiencies have been found in the early years and childcare budget, there is a request for additional funding to cover a portion of this cost share, which I will speak to later in this presentation. Next slide, please. Through modernization and efficiencies, we have kept administrative spending for early years and childcare well below the allowable maximum level as set by the province. As a result of program divestments in early years and childcare, $600,000 is being repurposed to support early on system enhancements, which will benefit all families attending these programs. In addition, a new family composition policy was implemented in April 2019. This has resulted in an estimated $450,000 in cost avoidance over 6 months in 2020. There was also a reduction in fee subsidy overpayments, which has mitigated the need for an increase to the child care fee subsidy budget for 2021. On to the budget. I'll now cover in detail the 4 program areas in human services, beginning with housing support. Next slide, please. The region is the service manager for the community housing system in Peel, a responsibility that includes system planning, oversight, service delivery, and development of new affordable housing. As part of our 10-year Peel Housing and Homelessness Plan, we are acting on strategies to prevent homelessness and to make affordable housing available to all Peel residents. This includes implementing Council's $1 billion Housing Master Plan. Next slide, please. The housing services figures on this slide cover the period from July 2019 to June 2020. In total, the region has helped more than 20,000 households to get and keep housing through a broad range of services. Over the past 3 years, occupancy rates in the shelter system have increased, as average length of stay has grown from 30 to 74 days. As a result, our use of hotels in managing overflow has also increased, a trend further exacerbated by the pandemic. I'll address this more on the next slide. Increasing the supply of affordable housing also involves housing development. As you can see, there are currently 392 units under construction. Next slide, please. To respond to the complex challenges of homelessness and housing affordability, we are evolving our service delivery model. As highlighted, we are increasing the supply of emergency, supportive, and affordable rental housing. We are also placing more emphasis on a council-approved approach to focus on client needs when allocating subsidy, rather than solely adhering to the chronological waitlist. This is transforming how our clients, whether homeless or precariously housed, access our programs. To do this, we are creating a system of supports that are more easily accessed, but also right-sized to the needs and circumstances of the individual client. The region also works with and advocates to government and community partners to address the pervasive needs in our community for mental health and addiction supports, a program area that we all know is severely underfunded in Peel. Through my budget presentation, we are seeking investments for the newly acquired family shelter, and later, my colleague Andrea Warren, Interim Commissioner of Public Works, will be speaking to the investments required to launch our new incentives program, a program designed to encourage nonprofit and private sector developers to build more affordable rental housing for middle-income households. Next slide, please. To meet considerable growth in demand for shelter space in Peel, Council has approved the acquisition of a new family shelter. The report to Council on this acquisition noted that it would require an increase to the Housing Services operating budget in 2021. As such, I am requesting a $2.7 million investment for emergency shelter operations. Next slide, please. In order to successfully implement Council's $1 billion Housing Master Plan to build over 2,200 affordable units and shelter beds during the next 8 years, I am requesting 4 additional staff positions with no net impact on the budget. The cost of these positions will be covered by reallocating existing funds within the housing supports budget. Next slide, please. Modern technology is a key enabler of service transformation. It significantly improves our clients' service experience and empowers clients to better serve themselves. In 2020, Council approved an initial investment in technology that would help realize this vision for housing. Today, I am requesting a capital investment of $1.8 million and an annual operating investment of $100,000 in order to fully implement modernized technology. Next slide, please. Overall, housing support has budgeted total expenditures of $225.8 million. Even though this is a provincially mandated program, the province funds only 24% of the costs, while regional tax dollars fund 60% of the costs, with the balance of funding remaining coming from fees and charges. Next slide, please. The net annual resources required to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for housing support are $135.7 million. Next slide, please. A capital budget of $137.2 million is proposed. Next slide, please. Overall, 49% of the capital budget is financed through external funding, with the remaining 51% coming from internal capital reserves and debt. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall 2021 housing support budget recommendation to Regional Council. One-time federal and provincial funding and expenses in 2020 for COVID-19 related activities have been removed from the 2021 budget. I'll now move to the income support service area. Next slide, please. Income support assists Ontario Works clients in accessing financial supports and benefits. We focus on enabling clients to achieve independence and exit social assistance. Next slide, please. As of 2021, we estimate over 2% of Peel's population is in receipt of Ontario Works. If we factor in the Ontario Disability Support Program, the percentage of the population on financial assistance rises to 4.08%. The trend in recent years has been towards declining caseloads, which peaked in 2017 at 19,078. However, various factors could contribute to increased need for Ontario Works benefits in the years ahead. These include the changing nature of employment, population growth, the pandemic's economic disruption, and the eventual end of temporary federal income support benefits. A 10% increase in Ontario Works caseloads has been factored into the budget for 2021. The costs for Ontario Works payments are 100% funded by the province. No additional staff resources have been requested. Therefore, there is no net impact to the budget of an anticipated increased caseload. Next slide, please. To keep pace with changes to provincial policy and client needs, we continually review processes and partner with the ministry on enhancements and modernization initiatives. These changes improve the system and provide convenience for those in need of income support. We've recently shifted our service delivery model to a focus on life stabilization. Caseworkers identify client needs and barriers and connect them to services that can enhance their well-being and life skills. While the region has exited from direct delivery of employment services, we are committed to working with partners to support the success of those most vulnerable in our community. Next slide, please. Overall, income support has budgeted total expenditures of $261.7 million. 79% of the operating budget is to provide direct financial support through subsidy payments to individuals and families. As a provincially mandated program, 90% of the costs are funded by the province. Next slide, please. The net annual resources required to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for income support are $26.6 million. Inflationary cost increases were funded through the reallocation of previously approved base regional funds, which had been used for the direct delivery of employment programs. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall 2021 income support budget recommendation to Regional Council. All outlook years factor in inflation, funded through the tax base, as there is no anticipated increases in provincial funding. I will now move to community investment. Next slide, please. Community investment provides funding to strengthen Peel's not-for-profit sector and collaborates with community partners to address the needs of vulnerable people. Initiatives delivered by the division include the Affordable Transit Program, the Community Investment Program, and the Anti-Human Sex Trafficking Strategy. This division's work in supporting the viability of the not-for-profit sector has proven invaluable during COVID-19. A strong community agency sector ensured that the most vulnerable in our community were supported despite service delivery gaps and obstacles created by the pandemic. Next slide, please. These figures highlight the existing needs and issues facing people in Peel before COVID-19. We know that the effects of the pandemic were experienced most acutely by those in the community who were already vulnerable or experiencing inequity. The COVID-19 Community Response Table was created at the outset of the pandemic to address unmet needs within vulnerable groups. This table will continue to offer the region insights for addressing those needs and inequities in recovery and beyond. Next slide, please. Community investment adapts in order to act on council direction, support regional priorities, and respond to evolving and urgent community needs. For example, in acting on council's declaration that the anti-Black racism is a crisis in Peel, we facilitate the community-led Anti-Black Racism and Systemic Discrimination Collective through administrative and other supports. Formed by members from the Community Response Table, it focuses on policing, education, and healthcare. In addition, in 2020, we aligned funding from the Change Fund and Capacity Fund to ensure Black-led and Black-serving social agencies in Peel are being funded equitably. To improve both service and efficiency, we are streamlining community investment funding to provide Peel not-for-profits ease of use and a regional centralized application process. Next slide, please. The net annual resources required to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for community investment are $15.3 million. Next slide, please. As highlighted at the beginning of my presentation, through the region's mandated exit out of the direct delivery of employment services, we received a net provincial funding reduction of $7.9 million. A portion of this funding had previously been used to cover the cost of grants in our community investment program that directly benefited social assistance recipients. We are recommending that Council continue to maintain existing service levels by approving the use of $1.8 million of regional funds. And as reported to Council at the January 14th meeting, through a proposal call, the region was awarded up to $3.1 million over 5 years, effective January 1st, 2021, to support the anti-human sex trafficking strategy. This funding was received too late to be reflected in the 2021 budget submission. As Norm mentioned earlier, staff recommend that 1/5 of the funding, or $620,740, be applied to the 2021 budget for the Community Investment Service area. This will reduce the overall net budget increase from $3.2 million to $2.6 million. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall 2021 community investment budget recommendation to Regional Council. Early years and childcare, the last service area, will be presented next. Next slide, please. Early years and childcare is committed to delivering affordable and responsible childcare and early on programs. As the service system manager, the Region of Peel sets priorities to address the constantly evolving needs of our community. This system encompasses a variety of important programs, including licensed childcare, childcare fee subsidy, special needs resourcing, and early on centers. The pandemic has reinforced the importance of childcare to both the well-being of children and their families, and as a driver to economic recovery. Next slide, please. The Region of Peel, with provincial funding, supports nearly 47,000 licensed childcare spaces. Peel Region has a comparatively young population, with children representing 16% of the total, one of the highest percentages in Ontario. With 2 in 10 children living in poverty, fee subsidy is a vital program supporting nearly 17,000 children. The region also provides approximately 2,000 children with special needs supports to help them grow and thrive, and early on programs which support children during their formative years, as well as offering a critical support for parents and caregivers. Next slide, please. The Early Years and Childcare team has been improving effectiveness and efficiency in order to adapt to the growing needs of the community and overcome funding cuts from the province, all while striving to meet council-directed service levels and standards. These efforts include implementing GovGrants, an IT system that modernizes funds management and streamlines how we administer fee subsidy. With Council's approval, we've made the difficult but necessary decisions on the best use of resources. This includes adapting our service delivery models in a number of programs so families receive the best quality services in the most efficient way possible. Next slide, please. Early child development is a key determinant of health, well-being, and lifelong success in learning. An investment of $1.34 million is needed in 2021 to continue implementing the council-approved Early On Service Delivery Plan. However, as a result of staff finding program efficiencies, we have managed to reduce this pressure down to $700,000. Next slide, please. In 2018, Council approved the investment in GovGrants technology. Implementing this technology is one of the many ways we are modernizing. GovGrants enables us to manage multiple funding streams simultaneously, and it streamlines processes for us and for childcare providers. And by providing better access to data and dashboards for each agency we work with, GovGrants also improves accountability and decision-making. Next slide, please. Overall, Early Years and Childcare has budgeted total expenditures of $202.3 million. 91% of the operating budget is to provide financial support to the community through grants and subsidies to childcare providers and agencies, with 88% of the funding coming from the province. Next slide, please. The net annual resources required to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for early years and childcare were originally estimated to be $4.5 million. As discussed in my opening slides, the main driver of the net increase to the childcare budget is $3.8 million needed to offset the mandatory provincial download of administrative costs. However, the province informed us after the development of the budget that there would be a $5 million funding reduction for 2021 for administrative costs. As Norm indicated earlier in the budget overview, the province announced a one-time grant of $5 million that could be used to mitigate the funding reduction or to support providers in addressing COVID-19 related pressures. We are recommending that $2.5 million of the one-time funding be used to reduce the $3.8 million administrative funding impact included in the budget to $1.3 million, and that the remainder of the one-time funding be used to help address COVID-related pressures for our childcare providers and agencies. This will leave $3.8 million of a pressure that will need to be addressed in the 2022 budget. Next slide, please. The Early Years and Childcare capital budget includes funding for the existing GovGrants capital project that was approved by Council on December 3rd, 2020 as part of the 2021 capital budget. This budget also includes $70,000 for state of good repair at 5 regionally owned facilities leased to childcare providers. Next slide, please. The capital budget is fully funded from internal capital reserves. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall Early Years and Childcare budget recommendations to Regional Council. We expect even more significant pressures in 2022 due to additional administrative provincial funding reductions. Noting the deferral of $3.8 million from 2021, this will cause an impact in a net increase for 2022, taking it from $0.4 million to $4.2 million. Next slide, please. Here is the summary of the 2021 budgets for the services I have presented. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation, and I would be pleased to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Sorry, I'm just changing to my grid here. I like to kind of see who I'm talking to. So thank you, Janice. Another very, very important department in the region. Anything that's dealing with directly with our citizens and their well-being, especially in these times, has to be a priority for us. I have one question, which I was hoping you might speak a little bit more to it through your presentation. I'm not even sure I'm asking the right person, so bear with me. The community investment funds and the funding that we received from the province, I think it was the 1.8 million. So are those funds, I know we gave the grants, or we used that for the grants under the community investment, but does that cover organizations that are in our communities that are dealing specifically with mental health issues with youth and parents?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Sato, and through the chair. No, it is not that specific. If I may just take a moment to provide some context. Several years ago, we negotiated with the province that we would ask our community agencies to take the community investment funding and very carefully track who their clients were. And then we were able to go back to the province with the number of clients served and the dollars that had been allocated to those clients and claim them back through the community investment program. But it was not specific to the agencies that you were talking about. It was a very broad range of agencies.
So then I guess my question is, because it used to be very easy for us to see where the funds were going when we had the grants committee of council review the grants, brought the report to council, and we could all refer to it. And I know now, I don't recall the last time we saw the report, but I know that we do get reports with the list of who gets what type of thing. So I guess I'm just a little unclear, and I'll preface this by saying I was approached by a group that did receive a grant. They are in my community, and they actually serve youth and their parents in that reside in wards 9, 8, and 10 mainly, some in Ward 11. So they're providing this service. They're running seminars, webinars for both youth and parents. Of course, now it's all done virtually. Prior to this, they were holding sessions, live sessions with the young people, high school students. So now they're finding with all of the issues with COVID and the schooling and everything else that, of course, we all know that the mental health well-being of the students has been suffering through this, and the concerns that are raised. And, you know, appropriately today is Bell Let's Talk today. So good day to talk about this. So they approached me and they said, you know, we got a one-time grant, but we were told by the region that we would have to be self-sustaining from here on. And, you know, so they're looking for funding to continue to provide these mental health programs. And I'm really at a loss as to how we are dealing with agency. And it's a very small organization. It's not a huge organization. It's big fundraising, and it's mainly all volunteer work, so there's no paid staff. And so, you know, how does an organization like that continue to provide a service that we're not providing the province is not providing. And so what funding might be available for that type of servicing? I'm sure there are organizations like this in Brampton and Caledon as well, small organizations that are just working in those couple of neighborhoods and really trying to do a good job, but need the funding.
So thank you for the question. I am going to put the issue of agency funding during COVID aside. If we're talking about the investment program, the community investment program, as you know, we do have several proposal calls. I do want to remind Council, however, that that program was never designed to fund programs. It was designed to help agencies increase their capacity and leverage other sources of funding. I think without knowing the details, what I can suggest to you is that I could arrange a meeting with that group and with my director, Sonia Pace, who is very good at helping groups try to determine other levels of service. Yeah, she's excellent at ferreting out other sources of funding. So I'd be happy to follow up.
Okay, I mean, I will send this to Sonia and yourself and deal with that. But I mean, I'm wondering because I'm sure there are other other members of council that have similar types of groups in their community that would benefit from the information as to what is available. And rather than dealing with each one on an individual basis, some kind of direction maybe that could be shared with council. Even through an emails that would give us some resources so we would know where to direct them. So we're not just, flipping through the system and trying to find an answer. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Janice, for the presentation and fully supportive of, the overall ask and budget mitigations, trying to deal with the pressure. There's two things that really catch my eye. One is when we look at the service investment and slide 7, I believe 7.27, and we see a 2.7 million operating investment, and then you see the service pressure. Is that essentially to keep up with the sort of previous and current demand, or meaning, we're not going to be increasing service? It's just that, when I read something that the length of stay has doubled over the last 2 years, is that do you think is going to be a long-term trend? And is there, in terms of a type of response to try to get folks on their feet and into more independent living, is there sort of a strategy there in terms of services, or is it if you could just some commentary about that?
So thank you, Councillor Medeiros, and through the chair, I just want to make sure I'm on the right slide that you were on. It's the $2.7 million for the emergency shelter. The emergency shelter investment. Yes. So that is actually increasing our capacity. With that money, we will be increasing the size of the Peel Family Shelter from 60 to 120 rooms. So it does increase capacity. But to speak to your question about will this continue to go on and on, we are doing a lot of work within the region about service transformation and trying to better suit our services to the needs of our clients. So it's no longer that you just apply to the region and you sit on the wait list forever. We work with you. Maybe you just need a very small housing allowance to get back on your feet for a limited period of time. So we're really doing a lot of work to identify client-specific needs and to address them. But having said that, as the population increases and Peel is a wonderful and popular place to live, we will continue to see individuals coming in. So I would anticipate that over time, yes, those pressures are going to continue.
Yeah, and it's interesting, if you start connecting the dots, and I know we're going to receive, for example, a presentation by Peel Police, but when you hear, for example, areas of domestic violence considerably increasing, and I don't know, then you start looking at, when you see that the Peel Family Shelter and the emergency shelter, and again, there might be some correlation, and again, I don't have information that there's a direct relation, but you certainly see the impacts of these trends. And it's almost a tsunami of all these sort of different pieces coming to really put considerable pressure that I just see it increasing over time. And it's not for discussion for today, but it was just, it really starts making you think, looking at the long term, with the sort of population impacts and so on. We're really going to have to rethink and how we sort of deliver this and how we're going to help people ultimately get into more independent living and identify sort of other areas of supports. The second one, and you talked about the community investment. In terms of, I've had some stakeholders reach out to me. What has been the stakeholder reaction, specifically in the nonprofit sector, about this budget?
Our regional budget?
Yes, in terms of specifically regarding the community investment, because that seems to be an area in which a lot of the nonprofit groups, when they contact me, that seems to be an area where they need support on, or they have some comments, and there's some. So what has been your feedback, and just in general?
So I'm going to say for our community agencies that the feedback this year has been generally positive. As you know, we have a community response table that has a broad range of representation from the community sector, and we have additional funding this year that we have been able to provide to community agencies with their gaps in service, or helping them to change their service delivery models to go online. In a range of areas, we have used some of the federal and provincial COVID funding to support or better support community agencies during this very difficult time. So the feedback that I have received has been quite positive. They feel that the region is there supporting them, and they also feel that through the community response table, they are being heard. But that's the feedback that I'm receiving.
Yeah, no, certainly. And it's just, from a sector perspective, because I do know, and I know we're trying to treat this outside of COVID, but it's really had a huge impact on the sustainability of a lot of these agencies. So, no, thank you very much for the feedback. And just overall, in general, really great job, Janice, you and your team putting this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
I apologize. I clicked the wrong button. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Janice, for the presentation and all of the work that you and your team have been doing during COVID-19. I kind of wanted to continue on a piece that Councillor Medeiros was talking about with respect to housing and transition into kind of getting yourself up off your feet and transitioning out of emergency shelters. This is about rent geared to income. So we, like you mentioned, we know that there's growth, a good majority of that growth is based on newcomers. But on top of that, we are facing some significant pressures with respect to unemployment rates, people losing their jobs because of the crisis that we're dealing with. So I'm curious to know if we can confirm the number of rent geared to income units, because I have a feeling that the RGI unit at the region is, and demand is likely going to increase. And based on that, based on kind of what we're dealing with in this pandemic and unemployment rates, will we have enough supply? And I know what the answer is going to be on that one. But also that data, understanding the increase in demand for rent geared to income would specifically be helpful for us as a breakdown in lower tier municipalities, so that we could better understand also some of the issues that we're dealing with, because that also puts pressure on things like demand for basement apartments and other affordability, affordability for housing.
So thank you very much for the question. If you're asking for rent geared to income, I do have that information with me, but I just want to take a moment to emphasize that we have more supports than just rent geared for income units. We have housing allowances and rent supplements in private buildings and things of that nature. But in terms of rent geared to income, actual units, at the end of December, there were 1,738 in Brampton, 147 in Caledon, and 4,825 in Mississauga, for a total of 6,710.
Okay, that's very helpful to know. Thank you.
Councillor Sim, go ahead.
And these are, sorry, I just want to clarify, these are community housing providers that I'm referring to.
Okay, that answers my question, but that's a significant disparity. And I don't know whether or not that is based on the demand or people understanding whether or not that program exists. But I think on the housing file, it would be, I would like to know what the demand is and what the options are and where the gap is for funding, specifically in Brampton.
So those are just one slice of the pie, and those are physical community housing provider buildings. But if you were to look at something, let's say rental allowances, in that case, Brampton has 376 rental allowances out of a total of 692. So you really have to take a broad look at all of the supports we provide if you're trying to determine what we are doing in each local municipality.
Yeah, and that's helpful. That's helpful, Janice. I think I might follow up offline, perhaps, to get a little bit more details, because depending on what incentives or what programs are out there will ultimately determine or impact what type of housing is built to support those programs. And again, I allude back to, and I know my colleague at the City, Councillor Bowen, would bring this up at the table if he were here, is just our issue with basement apartments. So thanks. I'll follow up offline, Janice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions for now. Janice, thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, we're halfway through. We've got 2 departments left. It's 12:15 and we've been going straight. So just to give everybody a break, I'm going to call it here for now for everybody to come back at 12:45 or 1:45 for our last 2 presentations and any additional questions there. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome. And moving right along now, we continue on with regionally controlled service presentations. 7.4 is a presentation from Andrea Warren, the Interim Commissioner of Public Works. Andrea.
Good afternoon, Regional Chair. Can you just please confirm that you can hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, Andrea.
Oh, great, thank you. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, I hope you will indulge me a brief moment further to Councillor Sato's comments this morning. On behalf of the entire Public Works Department, and indeed across the region, we really want to extend a congratulations and sincerest best wishes to Stu McLeod as he starts his journey into retirement, over 51 years of service. So I know that there is a virtual celebration this afternoon, and you know, most deserved. And you know, when we think about a legacy of a person and their contribution to an organization, you know, some people would think about the projects that they achieved and, you know, the extra hours that they put in. But one of the things that's really come across about Stu is that he's always approached every situation with a smile and a positive approach. So that certainly is a lasting legacy. So thank you for that. And now I'd be prepared to start the presentation. I'm just going to turn my video off just because of bandwidth. All right, well, good afternoon. I'm pleased to present the proposed budget for 6 service areas under the Thriving and Living pillars of the strategic plan. Arvind Moni, the Manager of Finance for Public Works, as well as members of the departmental leadership team, are also on the call here today to help answer any questions you may have. This year's Public Works budget is based on the assumption that we are maintaining service levels while considering only incremental costs driven by demand. We continue to invest in our service areas to prepare for ongoing growth in Peel. Population growth continues to be our primary pressure, as Peel is expected to grow by over 700,000 people by 2051. Next slide, please. Like all of the departments at the region, we're also being affected by COVID. The 2021 budget includes $2.4 million for personal protective equipment and cleaning. These are necessary to meet public health guidelines and ensure the safety of our residents and staff. We have also included $900,000 to collect, process, and dispose of additional organic waste. The impact of people preparing and consuming most of their meals at home is driving this cost. Now, we do expect that both of these costs to be temporary. As such, they will be funded through the Phase 1 Safe Restart Fund and do not impact our utility rates or tax levy. Next slide, please. Despite the pandemic, we continue to find efficiencies. This work includes, some of which has already been communicated to Council, includes savings from renegotiating the aqua contracts in water and wastewater, and transitioning waste and water education programs from face-to-face to online learning. Together, these changes have allowed us to assemble a budget that maintains service levels while keeping our costs in check. And we continue to look for additional efficiencies to incorporate into future budgets. So with that, I'm now going to go through each service, and we're going to start with water. So next slide, please. As you know, we treat and distribute water to Peel residents and businesses 24 hours a day, so the business never stops, ensuring that Peel's water meets or exceeds Ontario drinking water quality standards. Next slide, please. We maintain the 4th largest water system in Canada with assets of approximately $14 billion, and it continues to grow. As I mentioned earlier, our growing population continues to put pressure on our services, and in this specific case, on our water system. At the same time, new regulations and increased compliance requirements places additional pressure on staff to maintain the system. Last year, we added 120 kilometers of water mains. At a total of 4,700 kilometers, Peel's water mains now cover more than the distance from Halifax to Vancouver. That's just a staggering fact. This past summer, with the extreme warm weather we encountered, we reached peak demand for our water services in July. This was a steep increase of 60% above the average daily demand. This increase in consumption also stems from more people working from home. Closing businesses and reducing the number of people working on site has resulted in a significant decline in the water consumption in the industrial, commercial, and institutional sector. However, this was offset by the increase in residential consumption, combined with the warm, dry summer that always results in a lot of outdoor watering. While there are no new major initiatives for this service, ongoing investment and maintenance is needed to comply with new regulations to keep our water supply sustainable in the long term. Next slide, please. How we are adapting. In response to COVID-19, several measures have been implemented to ensure the safety of our residents and staff. This includes being agile in scheduling work hours and locations to enable social distancing and moving to electronic work orders, cutting down on paper use, which helps minimize physical interactions. We also work closely with Brampton to implement their new stormwater charge into regional utility bills, which is a significant funding source for their stormwater infrastructure. Also, as reviewed with Council last year, we are introducing the online billing portal in 2021, allowing residents to pay their bills online. This is not only a significant improvement in customer service, but also saves the region money over time through less postage and fewer calls into the call center. And lastly, as reviewed with Council last fall, we are also updating our utility rate structure and utility long-term financial plan. This will help balance infrastructure investments with revenue to ensure stable and equitable rates for current customers and future generations. Next slide, please. As mentioned by Norm Lum in the corporate overview, to maintain our water and wastewater infrastructure in a state of good repair, we recommend maintaining the 5% infrastructure levy for this year and for the next 2 years. As previously reported to Council, this requirement will be reassessed once the utility long-term financial plan has been completed, and that will be done in time to inform the 2024 budget submission. Next slide, please. The water customer account management team includes 2 contract staff that currently process over 17,000 requests annually for change of ownership or resale of resale properties. Since this is an ongoing business requirement, we are recommending the conversion of these 2 positions into regular complement. The cost for these positions is covered by fee revenue generated by the service. The Ontario Ministry of the Environment has introduced a new on-site and excess soils management regulation that clarifies the rules around managing excess soils. To meet the compliance requirements, and as previously presented to Council in November of last year, an investment of $2 million is needed to identify and assess the administrative, operating, and capital impacts. Next slide, please. The bulk of the 2021 operating budget for water is a contribution to reserves to maintain our service levels and our assets in a state of good repair. Another large component is operational costs, such as the aqua contract, electricity costs, and chemicals. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see that the majority of our budget is funded by utility rate revenue generated from our water billings. Next slide, please. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for water supply is $260 million. The main driver to cost is a 5% increase to the reserve contribution, which was mentioned in the service investment slide. The other larger items are mostly comprised of inflationary and contractual cost increases. Now, modeling does indicate that there is a risk of declining consumption for 2021. As presented in the financial overview earlier on, we are taking a draw from reserves to manage the increase in the utility rate. Since the permanent consumption impact is unknown, we will reevaluate as more data is available. Also included in the submission is a modest increase of $0.4 million for electricity costs. Now, without the $3.9 million reduction as proposed in the Ontario budget last fall, the net increase would have been $4.3 million. Next slide, please. The 2021 capital plan for water focuses on system improvements, water main replacements, and construction to meet growth. Now, the list of projects on this slide is not exhaustive. It does, however, highlight key projects that will be undertaken in 2021. Overall, the capital budget for water is down by approximately $100 million. In the past, we have invested heavily in maintaining and upgrading our water infrastructure. And now we're shifting our focus on wastewater, which is the service area that I'll outline next. Next slide, please. This slide highlights that the majority of the 2021 capital requirements for water are funded through the utility rate, with the majority being for state of good repair. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see that there's a summary of the overall 2021 water supply budget recommendation. The outlook years include inflation, along with the 5% infrastructure levy to 2023. So now we're going to move on to our second service area, which is wastewater. Next slide, please. Peel's wastewater service collects and treats millions of liters of wastewater every day in a safe and environmentally responsible manner. This service area also administers and enforces the wastewater bylaw and helps prevent unauthorized discharges to the environment. Next slide, please. Just like in water, wastewater continues to grow. Flows have increased by 36 million liters a day on average since 2019. We've also added 20 kilometers of sewers and force mains since last year, and over 4,500 new accounts. And with all of this, our inspection needs also continue to rise. We added 41 kilometers of sewer mains to our inspection program last year, which represents a 10% increase year over year. So all of this growth translates into more maintenance and repair requirements for our aging and expanding system. Next slide, please. So in terms of how we're adapting, similar to water, staff have changed operating processes to ensure the safety of our residents and staff. In an effort to adapt to climate change, we are designing storage facilities to reduce environmental discharge. We are also using more biogas from wastewater treatment processes in our generation facility to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reduce operating and energy costs. We will also continue to target key inflow and infiltration areas as we have in the past. And finally, we are reviewing the wastewater industrial surcharge program to ensure the rates cover the total cost of the service and are sustainable over the long term. Next slide, please. As mentioned in the water portion of our presentation, in order to maintain our assets in a state of good repair, we are recommending the 5% infrastructure levy for this year and for the next 2 years. Next slide, please. We recommend adding 2 staff in wastewater to meet the service demands for 2021. One staff member will support the inflow and infiltration mitigation strategy for asset data collection, analysis, and program planning for both construction and maintenance. The other position will support the growth in the wastewater capital project program to ensure proper operation of facilities, both during construction as well as the integration of all the upgrades into current operating conditions. These costs will be fully recovered from capital projects and have no net operating impact. Next slide, please. As in water, the bulk of the 2021 operating budget for wastewater is to maintain our service levels and our assets in a state of good repair. The majority of our budget is funded by utility rate revenue generated from our billings. Next slide, please. The net annual resources required to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for wastewater is $167 million. The drivers here are similar to water. The main impact is the 5% increase to the reserve contribution. As previously mentioned, there is a risk of declining volumes for 2021. Since we don't know how much of it is permanent yet, we are taking a draw from reserves to manage the increase in the rate, and we will reevaluate as more data becomes available. Also included in the submission is a $1.5 million reduction of electricity costs as provided for in the budget, Ontario budget last year. And we've made reference to this in the water section as well. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights some of the key projects for the 2021 wastewater capital plan. The expenditures are driven by new sewers, system improvements, sewer rehabilitation and replacements to maintain and improve service levels. As in water, this is not an exhaustive list. However, it does show some of the major projects that are underway. A portion of the plan supports community benefits associated with other major infrastructure projects, including the Huron-Ontario Light Rapid Transit Project and 401 and QEW expansions. The wastewater capital budget submission is also aligned to our master growth plan. Next slide, please. This slide highlights that the majority of the 2021 capital requirements for wastewater are funded through development charges. We have informed Council previously that there continues to be a strong need to enhance wastewater collection and treatment. This is why funding from development charges is higher than in water. Next slide, please. So this table summarizes the overall 2021 wastewater budget recommendation. So similar to water, the outlook years include inflation, along with the 5% infrastructure levy to 2023. So now we're moving on to waste management. Next slide. Peel's Waste Management Service ensures residential waste is collected and managed in a safe, reliable, and environmentally responsible way. We are providing cost-effective services while managing on growing population growth, focusing on improving our diversion rate, and meeting changing policy requirements. In recent years, global, national, and provincial policy changes have indeed put pressure on Peel's recycling programs. These include changes like policies on single-use plastics and transitioning to full producer responsibility. Next slide, please. So as Peel continues to grow, we generate more waste. In 2020, we collected and processed 7% more organic tons than the year before. And this is primarily as a result of residents staying and eating at home during COVID. At the same time, we continue to work towards increasing the rate of diversion. To meet Council's target of 75% diversion by 2034, we are making considerable investments in waste facilities and updating how we enforce our bylaws. Despite challenges within the industry and a dip in the average recycling rate across the province, Peel's diversion rate has remained steady at 50%. Next slide, please. So in terms of how we are adapting, to support the region's target of 75% diversion, 2 investments are currently underway. The upgrades to our waste facility on Torgrim Road are almost complete. This $23 million capital investment was approved by Council in June of 2018 and will ensure paper continues to be marketable. Procurement is underway for Peel's new anaerobic digestion facility. This will allow us to expand our green bin program and accept items like diapers and pet waste. It will also produce renewable natural gas. And as previously mentioned, COVID has impacted our waste services. Due to the increase in organics, the region has adjusted its green bin collection and processing capacity to reflect increasing tonnage. We have also implemented important safety measures, such as reducing resident and staff touchpoints. This includes going cashless at our community recycling centers and accepting debit and credit transactions only. Next slide, please. Peel's population growth continues to be a significant factor in our increased waste tonnage and processing. As with the rest of Ontario, we are transitioning the Blue Box program from municipal responsibility to full producer responsibility. The 2021 budget submission includes 1 contract position to lead the coordination of this shift and minimize the financial impact to the region. Now, there is no net operating cost impact because it will be fully recovered from the existing capital budget. Next slide, please. The majority of the 2021 waste management operating budget consists of costs related to external contractors that collect waste, manage our primary waste processing facility, and haul and dispose garbage in landfill. A portion of the costs are funded through user fees and external funding, but the majority of the costs are still tax funded. Next slide, please. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended level of service for waste management is $128.9 million, which is a $500,000 reduction from the 2020 budget. The primary drivers for the budget reduction are funding increases from Ontario producers and process efficiencies resulting from a transition to online delivery of waste education. This is offset in part by inflation and growth in tonnage. Next slide, please. The proposed 2021 capital budget for waste management is $6.8 million. The investment is driven by the maintenance of waste facilities, such as our community recycling centers, purchase of new carts, and capital expenditures required to monitor and maintain closed landfill sites. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights that all of the 2021 capital requirements for waste are funded through the tax levy. Next slide, please. Okay, in terms of key financial information, this slide summarizes the overall 2021 waste management budget recommendation. Other than the impact of transitioning the Blue Box program to producers in late 2024, the annual increases over the next 3 years are in line with inflation. The full impact of the Blue Box transition will be reflected in 2025. So that summarizes waste, and now we will move on to land use planning. Next slide, please. This service area has two main components. First, we ensure appeals, growth planning, and official plan policies lead to a healthy, complete community. And second, we provide one-window development review services to residents and businesses, including connections to appeals water and wastewater system and proposed access onto regional roads to service new development. Next slide, please. So as we've highlighted, Peel is expected to grow by over 700,000 people, or 52% by 2051. In 2020, we saw a large jump in the number of proposed housing units in the development approvals process, up by over 25% from the previous year. There is almost an even split with new units being proposed in existing communities and greenfield areas. Next slide, please. So in terms of adapting, we continue to further integrate planning, servicing, and financing across the region through our growth management program. Our staff have been monitoring and responding to numerous provincial policy and legislation changes, adapting our work to meet provincial requirements. We have also implemented process improvements for development applications, expediting timelines and collaborating with our local partners to receive electronic development applications. And this has really, truly been very important during COVID. Finally, to address the shift in the nature of development and move closer to a full recovery model, we performed a comprehensive review of our fee structure. We received approval from council on this in late 2020, and the outcome is incorporated into the 2021 budget submission. Next slide, please. To enhance supply of affordable rental housing, the 2021 capital budget includes an investment of $5 million and one contract staff for the Affordable Housing Incentive Pilot. This investment will be funded from working fund reserves and will not impact the tax base. This funding is incremental to the $2.5 million already approved by council through the 2019 budget process. Next slide. The majority of the 2021 land use planning operating budget consists of labor costs. Over 40% of the total costs are recovered from fees and service charges. Next slide, please. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for land use planning is $3.8 million. The 2021 budget is primarily driven by inflation and incremental legal fees to maintain our service levels. We will start phasing in 50% of the recommended fee increase on July 1st of 2021, and the balance of the increases will take effect on January the 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. The 2021 budget includes $5 million for the Affordable Housing Incentive Pilot Initiative, with the goal to encourage the development of rental housing that is affordable to middle-income households. The balance is for ongoing regional official plan amendment studies and appeals, funds for Greenland securement, and long-range studies. Next slide, please. Traditionally, the capital component for this service has predominantly been funded through development charges. However, this year, because of the Affordable Housing Pilot Initiative, the funding is more heavily weighted on the tax base. Next slide, please. So in terms of key financial information, this slide summarizes the overall 2021 land use planning budget recommendation. Other than the increased revenues from the user fee update in 2022, the annual increases over the next 3 years are in line with inflation. All right, so we are now moving on to roads and transportation. Next slide, please. This service allows people to move safely and efficiently throughout Peel. We provide services such as roads operations, maintenance and construction, as well as safety programs. We also focus on a variety of challenging issues, such as managing growth, congestion, and reducing fatalities and injuries on regional roads. We continue to assess and implement strategies that help people and goods move smoothly both within and through our community. Next slide, please. So this year, we resurfaced 63 lane kilometers, added 18 lane kilometers through widenings, as well as 16 kilometers of active transportation infrastructure. And we continue to maintain our growing and aging infrastructure in a state of good repair. This includes arterial roads, sidewalks, multi-use paths, and paved shoulders. This work is essential to keeping the community safe and connected. Peel is a significant hub for Canada when it comes to moving goods. About $1.8 billion worth of goods move through Peel every day, and this number is expected to grow. Next slide, please. Okay, in terms of adapting, through the long-range transportation plan, we are creating a blueprint to accommodate anticipated growth to 2041. We're implementing the sustainable transportation strategy, encouraging more people to use carpooling, transit, and active transportation. By 2041, our goal is to have 50% of trips through sustainable modes. And I'm sure we can all agree that no loss of life is acceptable on our regional roads. This is the ultimate goal of the council-endorsed Vision Zero framework. For example, last year, staff expanded the red light camera program and began planning for the school bus camera program in Peel. Next slide, please. As approved by council, we are implementing the automated speed enforcement program. There is no net operating impact in 2021, as the costs are fully funded through working fund reserves and will be included in future budget submissions. Next slide, please. The majority of the 2021 roads and transportation operating budget consists of contributions to capital reserves to fund the maintenance of our growing and aging infrastructure. Next slide. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for roads and transportation is $90.7 million. The growth in the 2021 budget recommendation is driven primarily by inflation. Next slide, please. The proposed 2021 capital investment for roads and transportation is $110.3 million. The majority of the costs relate to road construction and maintaining our network in a state of good repair. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights that the majority of the 2021 capital requirements for roads and transportation is for the growth and upkeep of our infrastructure. Next slide, please. So in terms of key financial information, this slide summarizes the overall 2021 roads and transportation budget recommendation. Our budget includes keeping things status quo for this service. The annual increases over the next 3 years are in line with inflation. Right, so the final service within Public Works is TransHelp. So can I have the next slide, please? TransHelp is available to residents who experience a disability barrier to using conventional public transit, allowing them to travel independently. We coordinate trips for passengers using buses, a variety of contracted providers, and other community partners. By enhancing our health and safety protocols, we continue to provide essential trips throughout the pandemic while protecting our staff and passengers. Next slide, please. The TransHelp service was greatly impacted by COVID in 2020. Since we could only provide essential trips to our passengers, ridership did not reflect what we believe to be our ongoing service levels. For example, our trip numbers were down by over 50%. Therefore, we've chosen to show 2019 metrics on the slide to better reflect the trend that we anticipate will continue in the future. Now, despite COVID's impact in 2020, we believe demand will continue to increase. This is informed by population growth forecasts, census information that tells us the population is aging, and more seniors living in the community and accessing home care supports. However, we are anticipating a slowing rate of growth, and this plateauing of demand is reflected in our 2021 budget submission. And I will expand on this in the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. So in terms of how we're adapting, our TransHealth service and staff have been directly involved in the region's COVID response, transporting residents to testing and isolation centers, and loaning a bus to Peel paramedics for regular testing at long-term care homes. We also continue to implement technology that improves the passenger experience by being able to book trips online and enhancing digital communication tools. Next slide, please. Although the demand for this service has continued to grow, the rate of growth is slow. The significant growth from 2017 to 2018, because of the change in eligibility criteria within the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, is leveling off. We believe that slower growth may also be due to improved accessibility features on conventional transit, like Brampton Zoom, Mississauga MyWay, and the GO. The proposed 2021 budget includes a reduction of 35,000 trips to reflect this plateauing of trip volumes. Even with this reduction, the 2021 budgeted trip volumes will still be higher than our actual experience in 2019, and it is consistent with our future growth expectations. Now, I do want to be very clear, and out of an abundance of caution, I wanted to reassure that this is a proposed budget adjustment, and it does not pose any service risk to our passengers. So any eligible resident who requires the service will continue to be provided rides. We have also taken into consideration that the impact of COVID remains uncertain. Staff will continue assessing demand and reflect any required adjustments in future budget submissions. Next slide, please. The majority of the 2021 TransHealth operating budget consists of external taxi providers and labor costs. This is reflective of how we provide trips and with a mix of private taxis as well as regional buses. Next slide, please. The net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended levels of service for TransHealth is $27.4 million. The increase in the 2021 submission is driven primarily by inflationary pressures, partially offset by the reduction of budgeted trips. Next slide, please. The proposed 2021 capital budget is $2.1 million, with the largest investment being in the automated fare payment system, and that's Presto. This proposal also supports our Accessible Transit Master Plan, which is focused on modernizing the program and enhancing the passenger experience. Next slide, please. As indicated on this slide, we continue to leverage external funding for this service. More than half of the funding is provided by the Investment in Canada Infrastructure Program. Next slide, please. So in terms of key financial information, this slide summarizes the overall 2021 TransHealth budget recommendation. The annual increases over the next 3 years are in line with inflation and modest trip growth. Next slide, please. Well, I have now covered all 6 services of Public Works, and this slide summarizes the 2021 budget proposal. Despite COVID's impact, we have continued to find efficiencies and deliver quality service without adding any significant incremental costs. Overall, these recommendations include only what is required to continue to serve the community in 2021 while preparing for the future. Next slide, please. So now I would be pleased to answer any questions that you have, together with the members of our leadership team and our finance support that are here with us today. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And there are a few. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. Lots of information. The brain is starting to get overloaded with all these numbers today, but I appreciate all the work staff is doing in keeping any increases down, but still providing the service. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback from someone, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if it's a microphone on. Thank you. So I guess my question is probably more to either Janice Baker or finance staff. And it relates to, I want to address an article that was in the media recently with regard to how we fund the water, wastewater, and the large increase this year while we're keeping our tax increases down. And I mean, this was a decision of council. You know, some years ago, we added the conservation authorities funding onto the water wastewater bill. And, you know, I've spoken out at previous budget meetings that over the years, you know, we have gone up and down on our increases. We had many years where we reduced costs, and then we had a summer that no one used water and we didn't have enough funds to provide service. So that year we increased the, you know, we basically punished people being environmentally conscious and reducing the amount of water they use. So it was kind of interesting when I was reading this article in the Pointer that they were saying that by giving the large increase and putting it on that side of the budget rather than on the tax side, that it was penalizing those low-income residents who could least afford the more dramatic increases. I mean, what some of their presumptions were wrong, saying that people that rent don't pay taxes. And we know that that is not true. They do pay taxes, but they pay it in their rent. So if taxes go up, then, you know, their landlords are certainly going to capture that increase in tax in whatever rents they're charging under the provincial controls, of course. But they are paying there. And as a matter of fact, I think if I recall back, multi-res pays significantly higher amount of taxes per tax rate than single family residential. So, I mean, is this something, and this is a generic question, you know, it got me thinking again, because we've stopped putting our putting money into the reserve from the tax base. We've been taking it completely from utility rate. Now that we are looking at more people being unemployed, I think the situation, more people being at home, so presumably utilizing more water, paying more for it, is this something that we should be considering? It's kind of a big overriding question that kind of covers the budget in a big way. So I'm not going to put you on the spot, Andrea, for it, because it wasn't one of your recommendations. It was a generic one. So I wonder if either the commissioner or Norm Lum or Janice, could you respond to that, please?
Why don't we start with Norm?
Okay, he's always the go-to guy.
Hi, Councillor Sato. Thank you for the question. And through the chair, what you saw last year, we started moving some costs over to utility from tax, but what we were really doing was trying to make sure that all the costs that you can legitimately put on utility are going there. So there's an act called the Safe Drinking Water Act that basically says that the only costs you can put in there are the ones that you can relate to providing safe drinkable water. So when you look at the conservation authorities, they do have a part to play in terms of delivering safe drinking water, and that's the reason why they've been there. And they've been frozen, I think, at $16 million for years. We really haven't increased that at all.
Okay.
So
on that piece of it,
yeah, that really doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, I was going to, Councillor Sato,
no, I
what
mean,
I'll do is...
No, and I understand that. I know what we're putting in there, but my question is, and the issue that was raised was, why are we not funding more of that from the tax base rather than on a utility rate, which I know our utility rates are the lowest anywhere, but it's still a very significant increase, especially in these times when residents are presumably using more water because they're staying at home, and that those that can probably least afford an increase in their bills overall are going to be hit with a big increase in their water bill. So, I'm not sure it's something we can address in this budget, except to say that I think we need to build something in to help those that cannot afford to deal with this increase. And I'm not really sure what that is. I know those that are in very, very low income, can get the assist, but I'm not speaking of those residents. I'm talking about the ones that have lost their jobs or their business, or don't qualify for some of the higher level government assistance. And, they're at home, they're using more water, presumably, their kids are at home. We're encouraging people drink more water because of your health. You want people to stay healthy, to help fight, illness. So, it's a big increase, and we've had big increases over the last couple of years. And whether we were able to keep it really low way back, but this isn't the really good time to start having big increases. And I understand what we need to fund. We need to fund the infrastructure. But I guess I'm going to ask maybe Mr. Chair, if Janice Baker could weigh in on this. I hate to put you on the spot, Janice, because it's your first real budget here.
Yeah, but before, I'm happy to defer to Janice. I see Stephen Van Offwiggins come on the line as well, but Councillor Sato, and I apologize, I didn't read. I would say, Councillor Sato, I'm happy to pass it over. Can we have everybody turn off their microphones? We're getting some feedback. That's a little better thing. But if I could, as we pass the question on, Councillor Sato, and you're right, we've been over this, Chestnut, for many, many years. I didn't read the Pointer article, but I trust when they said you shouldn't be putting it on the water bill for true water costs, I trust they said where it should go otherwise, perhaps back down at the local level. But as I said, I didn't read the article, but it is a zero-sum game. I think that needs to be borne out as well. Your point's well made, but I'll be listening intently to the Pointer as well and saying, see, and you shouldn't have done it there. You should charge seniors more for programs at community centers, and then at least you've balanced it off.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to jump in there because I think what I did say was, and I did clarify it, and I'm not saying whether they're right or not. It's just I would like the discussion and the question answered. But they are saying that we should have left the reserves that we used to put over into the water for water infrastructure should have been left on the tax bill rather than put on the water utility bill. So it wasn't anything about sending it down to the local municipality because it's a regional issue. So it has absolutely nothing to do with sending it down to the regional municipality. I'm strictly asking here, it's whether it's on the tax bill or the water bill. That's where the issue was strictly. So maybe Stephen can clarify.
Very good. Thank you. Through to Stephen, Commissioner.
And thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Sato. The legislation is pretty clear on where we show our expenditures for water programs versus tax programs. And so the reserve contributions are for sustaining the water and wastewater infrastructure, and under the legislation, it has to be allocated to the water and wastewater program. So we shouldn't be doing any cross-subsidy between the two programs to be compliant with the legislation.
Okay, thank you. I think that clarifies it. I think it had to be clarified publicly when a media outlet does make, I guess, accusations and claims. I don't think we should ignore them necessarily because we know that residents jump on those and they don't understand. So I would ask that, again, we've always talked about lack of communication from the region on a lot of issues. I thought we went through that with the with our media plan. And I think this is one that that our communication staff and finance and T&W staff should have gotten on top of. So I would suggest that you do that and set the record straight. Thank you.
And under that, well said, Councillor Sato, and I agree with you entirely. I think the CAO has that follow-up that you asked for as well, through to the CAO.
And through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sato, our staff actually did respond to the newspaper article, but I think, as you well know, I should say we were sent a series of questions to which we replied with accurate information, because that would be the expectation. And I think, as you well know, we can't control ultimately what they write. But I just want to assure council that they did reach out to us for responses, and those responses were provided. I think that, to your point, and while Stephen has spoken from the legal aspect of it, I think there is also, somewhat of a philosophical, in many cases when we've been dealing with budgets, we look at user fees versus taxes, and we look at those services that lend themselves to a user fee model or a utility model, and consider that in some respects to be more fair than just simply assessing people for water on the basis of the value of your house, which is what would be happening if we were not doing or using the model that we have. But appreciating, and this is a difficult year for many people. We recognize that. I know it is challenging to see a budget that has got not just proposed rate increases, but proposed tax increases in there. And I think that is obviously, the purpose of these meetings and the discussion to understand what's essential and what has to go forward. I think staff have been very prudent in attempting to mitigate as many of those pressures as we can. I think the dilemma is we could not mitigate all of them. But your point is well taken, Councillor Sato, and I can tell you there's no team that is more sensitive to the fiscal impacts and the direct impacts of any of these increases on the residents and businesses in particular, many of whom have had their doors closed for months now. So, I think you can appreciate that had we been in a position to reduce or eliminate the costs that are in front of you, we certainly would have made the effort to do so.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Warren may have a thought.
Can I just get a final confirmation then that because we're reviewing the budget for the first time today, so it's our job to send back if we have concerns, or ask these questions if we have concerns, rather than just rubber stamp what's in front of us. So I would like to have total assurance that there is no way, without sacrificing the safety and the health of our citizens as it relates to water, wastewater, that we can reduce that increase that is being proposed on the utility bill.
I think that there would be risks, in our view, in particular on the infrastructure side, if we were to reduce the proposed increases. Some of them are related strictly to growth. I can have the staff drill down and walk through and do a risk analysis for you, but I think, in our opinion, the proposed increases are necessary to provide the existing level of service and maintain our system in a state of good repair. And I think, Councillor, you and I'm sure all of the councillors understand that there is a balance between preventive and maintenance, and then letting things fall apart and coming back and fixing them later, which is the much more expensive option. So I would say that we've done a risk assessment, and we believe these costs are essential.
And Councillor Sato, Commissioner Warren.
So I would like then, if you could I would like to see some of the risk assessment. I just want to be very comfortable myself that if I'm going to be approving an increase of 5 point whatever percent in the utility bill, that it is absolutely necessary from a risk assessment perspective. So I like drilling down more into the budgets, Janice, as you know. So if no other member of council is interested in that, then, that's fine with me, but I would like to receive that before we finalize the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sader. And Commissioner Warren did come on the list, and maybe she had a final thought on that as well. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this very briefly. And I'm certainly not going to elaborate or delve any further than the CAO. I just merely wanted to highlight that we have undertaken a long-term utility financial plan, and we did report that to council in November. So we are absolutely very sensitive to many of the questions and the comments that have been made here, and we do have a plan in place, or at least we're working towards answering those long-term systemic questions about, the principles of fairness and equity, and who should pay over the long term to ensure that our infrastructure is maintained properly. So just an opportunity to highlight that initiative is underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Santos.
I did it again. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Andrea, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is about ASE, automated speed enforcement, and my next question after that is on active transportation and climate action. About the automated speed enforcement cameras, where there's, I guess, 300,000 from reserves. Is that a revenue generating technology?
Sorry, thank you very much for the question through you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that the automated speed enforcement program, and I have some supportive notes here. If you can appreciate, I'm certainly certainly learning as I go here, and expected a question or two about the ASE this morning. And if you'll just give me 1 second. So you'll have to just forgive me. I had it all here, and as these situations permit, they do get. Hold on, just give me 1 second, please. Sorry, if you could just permit me, my mind's just gone blank at the moment. So
that's okay. I can just continue on with some of the questions on that. If it is a revenue generating technology, where, like, I guess from the regional side, where are those violations managed? Are those managed and kind of processed by the police or by a municipal bylaw through the provincial offenses process? Just wondering where the revenue is going, and also where and who's managing it, or is the device just a visual reminder for drivers? So that's my question on the ASC stuff. And if you can't find it right now, that's okay. And then my next question is, with respect to active transportation and climate action, I know in the presentation it referred to our targets in years to come to reach over 50% of all travel being through sustainable transportation. And I apologize if I didn't paraphrase that correctly, but that's a really ambitious target, and I'm slightly concerned because when we break down all the dollars, particularly on roads and transportation, I'm not sure if we're putting our money where our mouth is on that, in addition to our commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as Vision Zero. 16 kilometers of active transportation implemented this past year relative to the ongoing amount of construction and resurfacing of our roads to accommodate cars isn't necessarily what's going to allow for more options for people to take other modes of transportation other than the vehicle. And so I'm wondering if, and I spoke to CAO Baker about this before, I'm wondering if we can get a better understanding or information that summarizes the more holistic picture of how much we have been spending on active transportation, as well as on climate mitigation strategies. And I know in the next section coming up on enterprise programs and services, we talk about climate change a little bit, but I'd like a clearer picture on those particular items. In Brampton, for example, we passed a motion that if there's any resurfacing project in the works for roads, that staff have to implement active transportation infrastructure on that road, meaning paint, curb lane or a bike lane or some sort of active transportation on a resurfacing project. In speaking with CAO Baker, I also know that when we're doing some water main work or other infrastructure work, we at the region put in multi-use paths, but I'm not sure whether or not those costs are being highlighted enough so that we can get a bit better picture on what we're doing on these important initiatives. So back to staff, is there a possibility for us to get more details on that, on true spending on active transportation as well as climate change to meet our greenhouse gas emission targets?
Yes, thank you. I'm certainly happy to circle back around and get the additional information on the active transportation elements and the relationship with climate change. To your first point and line up your questions around the automated speed enforcement. The information that I do have is that all fines and all revenues go to the local level, and it's not a revenue generation for the region. The processing center is in Toronto, and they process the payment on our behalf. And so it's really meant to be sort of a deterrent type program. And right now, I am aware that the pilot has started in Caledon. There's six locations, and right now the camera is moving around to those different locations. And we are working with Brampton and Mississauga to on their own programs as well. So I hope that helps at least answer the first part of your question. And we have an active transportation plan, and we would certainly be prepared to break that down further. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to follow up about that, so, and I hear you about the various plans and climate action plans and Vision Zero plans. I think I'm most interested in what we have spent on implementing some of those important initiatives to date. And how we can find those numbers in the budget, even if it's more integrated or hidden within the budget. I'd like to go back to my constituents who care about these things, especially our youth, to say that we are spending X million on active transportation, and I'm hoping that this upcoming year it'll be more than 16 kilometers across the region. In Brampton, we implemented 26 kilometers of bike lanes, 6 kilometers of multi-use paths, and 6 kilometers of some other form of active transportation in this past year at a very nominal rate. So I imagine at the region, if we are committed to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and meeting that 50% target of sustainable transportation, as well as Vision Zero, that we would be spending a little bit more than that versus at the local municipality. What I did see in the budget is a lot more money being spent on road construction. And so I'm slightly like it's kind of like, let's put our money where our mouth is when it comes to taking a lot of these commitments seriously. I know that at the City of Brampton, I've been pushing, and my colleagues have been pushing to change the thinking and the culture around how we move people around, and I'm hoping we could do the same thing at the region. So I would appreciate more of that specific data. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Andrea, one last word, or you're good?
Yeah, no, I just want to say I'm very pleased to follow up. And, you know, we are an active partner and continue to work together with the local municipalities on the active transportation plans. And, you know, we know that we have to fundamentally contribute to a shift in how we move through and across our region. And absolutely, the points from Councillor are very well taken. And we certainly are supportive of exploring those opportunities together as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Just one final question, Mr. Chair, if I may, just to follow up on what Andrew just said about working with other municipalities. It would be great if we could take a coordinated approach with the lower municipalities in terms of grants that are opening up on different projects. So here's another reason why it would be great to focus on this. There's a lot of money going around right now for grants from other levels of government, particularly the federal government, for projects like this. And if we take a coordinated approach with many of our AT or Green Initiative projects together with the lower municipalities, we may be able to access more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dasco.
Thank you, through the chair. And I just wanted to say, Andrea, that's a very well done job for having to go through all of this in pretty short order, being new in the role. So just want to say well done. I just a couple of small questions. They're not large things. They're not large ticket items. It's just a more clarification than anything else. I just looking at our water component that you had started off with, and so the question there is, for example, at the city, we're effectively in a hiring freeze, and I'm just wondering what the justification is from taking two positions that are currently contract positions and moving them into full time, and I would take it with benefits, etc. now. And I'm just wondering why that would be done now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to answer the councillor's question. So these positions have been on contract for the last 2 years. There is a demonstrated need. The work is not going away. And in terms of making that investment, it's an investment in our staff. It's an investment in the service, and it's recommended as the appropriate thing to do. And in terms of overall financial impact, it's funded largely from the services that are provided. So I think that's largely the recommendation.
Okay, no, just appreciate that. No, it's largely funded, just not solely funded. And then the other question that I did have was with regards to waste, and that was again looking to bring on two new positions, and I'm just wondering, with that being done, and I take it from my understanding of the new positions coming on that they would be to help with efficiencies. And I'm just wondering kind of what kind of bang for our buck do we get? And again, are these two positions needed at this time?
Yeah, we've certainly put forward that the positions are needed. We know that they're providing critical service investments in these areas. And now I know Anthony, he's on the line. I know Anthony, could you maybe further elaborate or further comment?
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. Through the chair, Councillor, happy to respond to that. On the wastewater side, you recall both these are, again, directly funded from capital-related fees. One is operating to support the integration of new facilities into their system. So you need someone from operations to be able to do that. And the other one, of course, is tied to the I&I program, which you may recall was approved as contract several years back. So these have been ongoing contract positions that we're just rotating into the full-time, recognizing this is a long-term plan. But yeah, that's the intent here. I hope that suffices.
It totally does. Thanks for the clarification. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Andrea and the team. Well done, and thank you for your presentation. So that brings me to 7.4, the presentation by Sean Baird with regards to digital and information services. Commissioner Baird.
Good afternoon, Regional Chair and members of Council. My name is Sean Baird. I'm the Commissioner of Digital and Information Services. I have with me today Heidi Bischoff, our Business and Financial Planning Manager, who supports the enterprise programs and services within the region. I'm pleased to present to you the EPS budget, which represents all of our internal services, including finance, corporate services, and digital and information services, as well as heritage, arts, and culture. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to speak about temporary resources that EPS requires to respond to COVID-19 in 2021. $2.2 million in temporary incremental costs have been included in the budget. These costs include staffing resources, additional cleaning measures, and personal protective equipment. However, there will be no net impact to the budget, as these costs will be funded with Phase 1 Safe Restart funding, which is remaining from 2020. Next slide. Continuous improvement is embedded in the business practices of the Region of Peel. This slide highlights the improvements captured in 2020, which help us save in the 2021 budget. In total, there are 14 continuous improvement initiatives. As outlined in the Continuous Improvement Program update provided to Council on December 3rd, EPS has achieved $180,000 in cost savings and $760,000 in cost avoidance. Examples of these include, first, an estimated cost savings of $112,000 in reduced energy consumption through the completion of LED retrofits at regional office facilities. Second, the use of callback technology to maintain service levels during COVID-19 inquiries without hiring additional staff resulted in a cost avoidance of $364,000. Third, streamlining our onboarding process resulted in both cost savings of $30,000 and a cost avoidance of $261,000 for time saved through an improved onboarding process. In addition, there's also $360,000 in savings estimated related to procuring energy through multiple suppliers rather than a single supplier. These savings have already been accounted for in the program budgets that you've heard from. Next slide. I'd like to speak briefly about the enterprise programs and services and what they entail. EPS includes integrated support services, such as human resources, culture and inclusion, finance, digital and information services, and legal services. There are also services provided directly to our residents, such as our customer contact center and clerks. The work of EPS supports the government is future-oriented and accountable goal of the region's strategic plan. Next slide. This slide gives an overview of the accomplishments of the Region of Peel during 2020. As a result of our Enterprise Asset Management Program, 80% of the region's asset worth $29.6 billion are rated as good or very good. 79% of Peel residents surveyed have expressed a positive perception of value for tax dollars. The Region of Peel is one of only 12 Canadian municipalities with a AAA credit rating. This is the highest rating a municipal or regional government can achieve. Council can be very proud in its leadership as the Region of Peel has achieved the AAA credit rating for 25 years in a row. I'd also like to point out the growth of our social audience in 2020. As more people gravitate towards social networks, our communication and interaction with residents in these channels becomes more important than ever. Council may also recall in 2019, the Region of Peel earned the Excellence Canada Platinum Accreditation, which recognizes outstanding achievements in organization-wide systems of management and public service delivery. The region is the only municipality or level of government to receive this exceptional recognition. Next slide. 2020 has been a challenging year. It demonstrated the importance of agility and adaptability in the face of the pandemic, which no one anticipated. However, the investments and training approved by Regional Council to mandate modernization and workforce mobilization, carried out earlier in 2019 and early 2020, prepared us well for the crisis, and the region experienced virtually no disruption in services provided to residents. Almost all regional staff were ready to carry on their work remotely from the first days of COVID-19 and have been doing so to date. Where staff have been required to continue working on site, they have been doing so in facilities that were made safe in accordance with our public health standards. Next slide. I'd now like to speak about the service investments planned for in 2021. To support service level pressures, as well as changing legislation such as the Construction Act, additional legal resources are required. It is more cost-effective to build in-house expertise than to rely on costly external counsel. Therefore, the budget includes one position in 2021 to address service pressures. This resource has no operating budget impact, as it will be funded through existing budgets that previously went to external counsel. Next slide. Another area for service investment is IT. In order to provide for a secure digital environment, the budget includes 2 additional positions to support the IT security team. The workload of the security team has increased considerably because of the additional scrutiny required to ensure security is embedded in new solutions, to ensure security compliance, address security risks identified through our various audits, and the ongoing maintenance of the existing security infrastructure to mitigate cybersecurity risks. In addition, the budget includes 1 position to support the IT infrastructure team in handling the move of on-premise technology to the cloud and continuing to maintain service levels. Next slide. The next area for service investment in 2021 is communications. Regional Council has shown its support to increase social media, and COVID accelerated the opportunity to grow our social media presence. Overall, social media reach has grown by over 60% this year. That means we are reaching different audiences, such as the millennials, more effectively. Moreover, social media provides Peel residents direct and immediate access to up-to-date information. The budget includes 2 additional positions to meet public demand for connection through our digital platforms. This request reflects a more strategic and intentional way of supporting our social media communication channels. Next slide. Finally, a service investment is required in the area of addressing anti-racism and systemic discrimination. Regional Council adopted several resolutions in 2020, mandating serious investment and commitment of resources to make sure that anti-racism work gets done right. This work involves the development and implementation of an anti-racism strategy and tools for sustainable implementation. It includes internal partnerships and external collaborations, such as the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and the community-led Anti-Black Racism and Systemic Discrimination Collective, mentioned in the Health and Human Services presentations Council heard from earlier. To support this, the budget includes 1 additional position. Next slide, please. Only 18% of the operating budget is funded directly from property tax. The majority of funding comes from user fees and recoveries from other regional services, including many that receive provincial funding. Next slide. In summary, the net annual resources to fund the 2021 recommended level of service are $56.6 million. The inflationary cost of $0.9 million is necessary to maintain 2020 service levels. That increase is offset by charging utility operations $1.6 million for their appropriate share of EPS-related costs. In addition, the budget will be reduced by $5.5 million through increased revenues generated primarily from payments in lieu of taxes and supplemental taxation, as well as cost mitigation activities. In EPS, there is $2.1 million included for resources to respond to COVID-19. However, as you can see in the chart, these costs have no impact on the budget, as they will be fully funded by Phase 1 Safe Restart funding. And finally, the budget also contains $11.3 million for the 1% property tax levy to maintain the region's infrastructure. This results in an overall net increase of $5.2 million. Next slide. The proposed capital budget for 2021 is $43.7 million. The focus is on sustaining the region's IT infrastructure and regional office facilities. These make up more than 80% of this capital budget. Next slide. The majority of the proposed 2021 capital budget is funded through existing internal capital reserves. An additional $400,000 for the development charge update is funded through developmental charges. Next slide. And this slide summarizes the overall EPS budget recommendation to Council. Projected capital investments for the next 10 years total $223 million. As shown in the forecast for the outlook years, the operating budget is expected to increase significantly in 2022. This is due primarily to a $7 million drop in payments in lieu of taxes from the Greater Toronto Airport Authority, whose payments are based in part on passenger volume, which has been negatively impacted by COVID-19, as well as due to the completion of a phasing in of the remaining $3.7 million WSIB actuarial study adjustment. Staff continue to seek ways to deliver service in efficient and effective ways. Next slide. The last component of my presentation today relates to our thriving area of focus within the region's strategic plan. The Heritage Arts and Culture Service is delivered through the Peel Art Gallery and Museum, commonly known as PAMA, and engages with residents through arts, history, and culture. Next slide. PAMA was established in 1968, and the archives were added 10 years later. Since then, it has been a central historic and cultural service in the community. Some key facts to note. In spite of being closed for almost 9 months, the community continued showing interest in PAMA, and almost 17,000 people visited either in-person or virtual exhibitions and events. 75% of all visitors recommended PAMA services to others. 50 diverse community partnerships continued in 2020. And there's a lot of interest in PAMA in social media, as evidenced by over 220,000 unique page views across all of our channels. Next slide. To keep residents engaged, PAMA too had to adapt throughout 2020 and reimagine ways to deliver services. The focus was on increased digital engagement through exhibitions and programs, as well as on fostering lifelong learning through arts and culture. PAMA also increased outreach and built cross-cultural understanding through numerous initiatives with diverse and underrepresented communities throughout Peel Region. Next slide. The operating budget for PAMA is mostly funded through property tax and represents about 0.5% of the total net tax levy. Next slide. The net annual resources to support the 2021 levels of service are $5.3 million. No new requests are being made. The increase represents inflation. This has been offset by $30,000 in savings from our ongoing review of budgets. Included in the budget is $80,000 for increased janitorial costs to respond to COVID-19. However, these will not impact the budget as they will be funded from Phase 1 Safe Restart funding. Next slide. The proposed capital budget for 2021 is $500,000. The focus is on maintaining heritage facilities and identifying a long-term growth plan for regional archives. Next slide. This $500,000 capital budget for 2021 is fully financed through our internal capital reserves. Next slide. This slide summarizes the overall PAMA 2021 budget recommendation to Council. The 3-year outlook reflects the resources required to maintain service levels. Next slide. This slide summarizes the 2021 net budget by services, including both enterprise programs and services and heritage arts and culture as presented. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Keith, thank you for that. Nice to end the afternoon with short and sweet. I do not have a list of questioners, so the clerk advises me now that 2 motions are in order. The first that reads that the report listed on our agenda as items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3 at the 2021 Regional Council Budget Agenda be deferred to the February 4, 2021 Regional Council Budget Meeting as moved by Sato and Santos. Do I have anybody in objection? If not,
my apologies. It's Councillor Kovac. I actually just wanted to ask one quick question, if I could.
Please. I didn't see you on my list, but it probably technical. Please go ahead, Councillor Kovac.
Not a problem. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Just wanted to thank Sean and the presentation. I actually received an email from a wide-eyed resident this morning who had asked me to ask a question on his behalf, and it does relate to the PAMA archives study. And he wrote, the museum has a capital request of $100,000 for PAMA archives study. What is that? What could their archives want to look at that would require that much capital? Thanks, John. Perhaps you could go into just a bit of detail further on that.
Keith, over to you.
Thank you for the question. Oh, yeah, it's Sean, but thank you for the question and through the chair. Yes, happy to respond on the capital request for PAMA. That is to conduct a study. We're actually at the point now where the archives, which PAMA maintains on behalf of all 4 municipal organizations, are exceeding our current capacity within the facility that we operate. So the work is actually to look at what an appropriate way is to maintain archive space and utilization going forward, whether that means an expansion of some of our existing space or acquiring new space. That's the intention of that particular budget.
That's great. Sean, thank you for your reply.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gwen. Thank you. Shout out to that someone paying attention out there to our budgets, and a very good question. And John, thank you for presenting it. Okay, with that, if there are no further questions with regards to communications and information digital services, I go back to the motion that I had before you, that of receipts of 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3 to be deferred to the February 4. I think I called it out. It was moved by Sado Santos. There were none objecting, so that carries. Madam Clerk, you then advised the next motion that I need is one to receive the delegations, presentations, and correspondence for today, and that would be moved by Councillor Kovac and seconded by Councillor Mahoney. All those in favor? Do I have any opposed? That carries. Madam Clerk, I have no notices of motion, no bylaw, no in camera. Is there any other business before the chair? So with none other business before the chair, the final motion that I have before me is, as moved by Councillor Kovac and seconded by Councillor Dasko, that Bylaw 5/2021 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its budget meeting held on January 28, 2021 to deliberate the 2021 budget and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Region of Peel bylaws relating thereto be given the required number of readings. Taken as read, signed by the Regional Chair and the Deputy Regional Clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All those in favor? Do I have any opposed? That carries. And finally, as moved by Councillor Starr and seconded by Councillor Innes, that the January 28, 2021 Regional Council meeting be adjourned. All those in favor? That carries, with thanks to staff for some great work and some great presentations today and some great questions. We will see you in a week's time.